my gentle, of course, very modern apes. Welcome to SkepTalk. Today is, what is that, August 3rd in the lower right-hand portion of my screen. Welcome. This is the show where the hosts, who today it is me and Dr. Blitz here, take questions from you guys if you want to challenge conventional ideas in science, things that we might be skeptical of, but maybe you aren't. I'm talking about evolutionary theory. I'm talking about the shape of the Earth, whether or not the climate is changing. Call us about your anti-vax stuff. Tell us about your homophobia and your transphobia and why you think that's valid. Tell us about your ghost experiences, your cryptid experiences, your alien abduction experiences, any and all poltergeists. And of course, those are not all ranked in priority.
Maybe you think space isn't real.
Dude, are there people who think that?
Oh, so many. There's so many people. They're usually flat earthers. But yeah, there are a lot of people who think space is fake and made up.
But what's okay, at risk of taking us down a very unsavory path, what is up there then?
So like if you're a flat earther, right, you have to put your mindset here. You gotta like really go in. There's the ground, right? There's the ground.
Let me get into the mindset. I'm gonna imagine
completely delusional, doesn't understand science. We got there, right?
I'm imagining both my parents like were in homes with lead paint on the walls.
There you go.
Gasoline, like a lot of developmental challenges for me as I'm growing up due to the presence of lead in every
poor schooling
portion of my environment. Yes.
Right. Okay. So now that you're there, the Earth is obviously flat and it's covered by a dome. It's what keeps the air in. But the thing is on the other side of the dome, there's just water. It's just water everywhere.
The fountains of the great deep and the fountains of of above.
Yeah.
Wow, the gates.
Yeah, it's just water. Yeah, it's something. And then sometimes, and I don't get how this works. So like shooting stars are a thing, and like some people will say it's like a little piece of the firmament falling, but then like wouldn't it leak?
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Wait. You said that, and then I heard you say. You said that, I responded, and I heard you say, falling stars are leaking from the.
Well, no, that's what I'm thinking. Falling, like shooting stars, like what are they? Because they obviously are real. We can see them with our eyeballs.
Yeah.
So like, are they like pieces of the firmament falling off? Like, because they come from the sky, obviously. So if they're pieces of the firmament falling off, wouldn't that mean that there'd be like a hole in the firmament, which would then make the waters above leak? Maybe that's what rain is.
I mean, I know that there are groups of creationists who are, it's not that every creationist is a flat earther, but virtually every flat earther is a creationist.
Yep.
And I know that from their perspective, it just like didn't rain until Genesis 6. So you've got like, roughly 1600 years where the earth is existing and it's just, there's not a drop. So it's just like this pleasant.
But there's the waters below, right? That maybe like springs or so. I don't quite know. Now, I did find out, we were talking about this before we went live. So this soft drink, the line is not sponsored by the soft drink.
Yeah.
But it's called Kofola, and it's made by the company called Kofola. It is the main Czech competitor to Coke and Pepsi.
Yeah.
And the story is that, during the Soviet era, when they weren't part of the Soviet Union, but they were a satellite state, they didn't have access to Coke and Pepsi, so they made their own cola-based soda. It has like 60% more caffeine than Coca-Cola does, so it has a ton of caffeine. It also has way less sugar, which is nice. And when I lived in Europe for 2.5 years, I grew an enormous taste for it because it's delicious. Not sponsored, by the way. It's just yummy, and it's my drink of choice. And so I import it for like $50 a case of 12.
You import it for $50 a case of 12. That is so it's a special occasion drink.
Yeah, it's definitely not every day. Like maybe like 2 to 3 times a week, maybe.
How many cases at a time?
Just one. It lasts me like 3 weeks, but I don't like wholesale imported. I get it from Amazon, but it's like
that's
ships
not my
from the Czech
style.
Republic.
If I'm ordering something, like running out of an item is my worst nightmare. Like if it's something that I like a lot, and so I got to have like a backlog building up, ready to go.
Oh, okay.
Because
I just haven't had a problem.
You're waiting on that import.
The delivery is pretty quick.
Yeah.
So you can get it in the US, which is how I imagine it's getting shipped to me. I don't think it's coming directly from the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
But just not where I live. So I have to order it on Amazon and give money to Jeff Bezos.
Damn, rip. Rest in peace.
Yeah, I know.
Rest in peace, your integrity.
I
I say
know.
as I also am
Regularly order things from
order things
Amazon.
from Amazon sometimes, like and as unfortunate as it is. It's like that, or you can wait 2 months for it to come from like some
Yeah,
like a mom and pop shop across the US. Like it's
yeah. Like it'd probably come from Texas. There's a big Czech population there, so it'd probably come from there, but who knows?
I didn't know there was a big Czech population there. I believe
There
that.
is.
That wouldn't be my
Um,
first guess though for places.
yeah, there's like a place, I think they call it like Little Czechia or something. There's just like
Mm,
one town that has like the most Czech people outside of the Czech Republic.
yeah.
And they just all settled in the same place. And they speak like you know how like there's the Pennsylvania Dutch and like that's not
Yes.
actually Dutch, it's like a version of High German or something.
Yeah.
And it's like kind of like an old version of the language.
I
I
German.
don't know. But like so they do speak like a version of Czech in this place in Texas, but it's like not super recognizable as modern Czech because they all moved in like the 1880s or something, and
Mm.
the language has changed. So anyway, interesting story there. But yeah, not sponsored, but I will be drinking it throughout the. Actually, this is all that's left in the bottle, so it'll probably be gone in about 20 minutes.
No, I do. I empathize with you on that about the loving something, but that you gained a taste for after living somewhere else, or if you visit there often. There are things that I love in Kenya that I can only get in Kenya, and
I'm
I'm
sure
only
you
there
could
for like a
import
month a
it.
year. Well, I could import it, but the problem is what I'm talking about here is beer. I really like Tusker beer, and my husband likes Whitecap, which are both domestic from Kenya. And so it's like, what we drink it when we go there, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense to. I like it, but I don't like it the way that you like this cola. I don't
Okay,
like it
sure.
enough to import it. Like I don't. It's more of like I get there and I'm like, oh, this is quite nice.
Yeah, it's so in the Czech Republic they have a very big eating out culture. At least in the cities,
That's like a
where
lot of Europe. I mean, they're
yeah, yeah, yeah,
always
yeah.
filling
Yeah.
in public. They've got so many third spaces. I'm very envious.
It's great. It's really great. And so you can find this on tap in like all of the restaurants.
Mm.
And it coming out of a tap, it's so much better than coming out of like a can or a
Oh
bottle.
yeah,
Um,
I believe in fountain drink
it's
supremacy
so much better. And
for
so like there's a
sure.
reason I'm not drinking out of this and why I poured it into a glass, right? Because it's just better. It's just better that way somehow. Um,
Mm.
and so, there was when I lived there was a bar that I lived over, like lived directly on top of. And I would go there with my wife, once a week or so, and I would get like a stein filled of this cola, and it was great. So anyway, life stories, things change, but what did they say? They can take the Blitz out of the Czech Republic, but they can't take the Czech Republic out of Blitz or something. No, I have no Czech ancestry. Actually,
For
that's a
sure,
lie.
Blitz.
I have like 4% Czech ancestry, but that's
Someone
neither
is
here nor
saying
there.
that for sure, Blitz. It might just be you,
100%.
but someone is saying it.
All right, fair enough. Well, look, who do we have? Do we have anybody on the line, or
Yeah, we got
we
three
have a
people.
lot?
We've
Oh,
been
okay.
we've just been shooting the shit. Yeah,
Sorry.
I take I take it personally when chat is
You
like,
should.
you guys are talking about nothing for no reason. That's not true. We're warming you up, right? Like, yes, we vamp occasionally on the show, but normally someone is waiting and we're making them wait so that you guys can hear about our tastes, our tastes that are location that are region locked tastes in drinks and in foods. Let me see what we got. We've got two atheist slash agnostic callers and one theist. Now, you guys know we take theist calls with like sort of as a rule as priority here. I think this is a great call to take. So we're going to start with, if you're ready, Blitz.
I am as ready as I'll ever be, which is not at
Excellent.
all, but I am ready.
No, you're ready, please. We've got John, pronouns he, him, from Florida. John says, how is evolution possible if time is question? I'm super interested in this question in general and in this hopefully fun conversation. John, can you hear us? You are on SkepTalk with Erika and Dr. Blitz. What's up? John?
John?
John, you might have to tap your phone and wake it up.
He is
Okay.
54.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we
Yep.
can. Excellent.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear
Hi.
you. Welcome to SkepTalk. Tell us about your question.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. So how are you guys doing?
Oh, doing good. Better now.
Delightful.
Good. So what I have to say is not going to be popular, obviously. So I'm just going to go right into it, be a brave soul, and just asking for mercy from the front.
Good luck.
So first of all, I'm going to ask for your permission first, because you don't have to do this. Pretend there's a time machine all three of us get into, and we go back in time to before even when old Earth was even an idea. Because if you go back enough in history, everyone used to believe in like a young Earth, whether it's 10,000, 50,000, who cares? But obviously a lot younger than modern science.
If
I'm there.
if I may, John, that's not quite historically accurate. There was a period of time from about 1650 to about 1812, I think is probably fair, where most of the Western world, I should say Christian Western world, believed that the Earth was young, approximately 6 to 10,000 years, thanks to Usher's chronology. However, that was not a global phenomenon, and I think that's important to take into account. But for the purposes of this hypothetical, I am down with saying we're transporting back in time to that area of the world. Yeah, it's 1811, and we're going to the UK. Fair enough?
Okay, yeah, let's even add another 300 years just to make sure that most of the globe wasn't even thinking about an old Earth, let alone possibly an old universe, but let's just say an old Earth. So that idea wasn't very popular if we even go another 200-300 years past that. Agreed?
Well, it depends. It depends on where you go. I'm sorry to be a pedant here, but it does matter, right? Like there are places of the world that have believed that the Earth is trillions of years in Southeast Asia, or infinite in the Mediterranean and along the Mediterranean for periods of like prehistory, not even prehistory, like
early history. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So how about
why don't we pick 1750 in London? How about
sure,
that?
yeah, call it 1750 in London, and we'll go with that.
Okay.
All right, so I put myself there.
All right.
Who's the guy that wrote Sherlock Holmes? No, actually, I think that's like 100 years too early.
I think you're early on.
8.5 Baker Street or whatever.
Right.
All right, I'm there. All right, what's up? What are we doing in 1750 London?
All right, so here's my main contention, leading up, of course, all the way up to Charles Lyell and when whoever else was, I think it was Hutton, when they or anyone else looked at fossils, rocks, the regular observations we have in science, why? And of course, those things led to an old Earth, but why did they discount the not discount, but they didn't prioritize the incredibly complex life forms like butterflies, insects, humans, and all that, which was screaming not deep time. In other words, like it's the simultaneous complex designs that's saying these are observations that don't follow, like how a Grand Canyon is formed or a mountain is formed and all that stuff. Like it's not
John,
effect like that.
John, you're coupling together the conception of the ancient age of the Earth with evolutionary theory. That's historically not what happened, right? Charles Darwin didn't come along with the theory of evolution until 1859, and prior to him, people were only kicking the idea around that species could change at all for a decade or two. Seriously considering it, like with the likes of Erasmus Darwin or Jean-Baptiste Lamarck or Saint Hilaire, right? Like these guys are not having serious conversations about species change really until the middle of the 1800s. And so prior to that, the ancient age of the Earth was a completely different conversation and was pretty readily accepted by the time that Charles Lyell had published, or I should say a couple of years after Charles Lyell published Principles of Geology. And people were on board with it because there had been, for hundreds of years, interpretations of the Bible that allowed for a pretty much infinite period of time, not literally an infinite period of time, but many millions, if not billions of years, in the early verses of Genesis, particularly between Genesis 1:1 and Genesis 1:2, right? So, like, it's not correct to say that they were led erroneously to allow for an ancient Earth because they didn't take the complexity of species into consideration. Those two concepts were completely divorced from one another within the scientific community at that time.
Right, but how would you explain at that time before the idea of how would you explain this one things? How would you explain the idea of evolution if you did not have deep time, even though you're correct, they don't have to be linked. But how would you go about explaining evolution if there was no deep time, based on observations of?
You would do what Answers in Genesis is doing right now, which is propose that evolution happens, but really, really, really fast. They don't call it evolution, but that's what it is.
Okay, but also, why would you try to propose evolution if you're not already trying to propose deep time? Like, I think that the first thing that you would do, and probably almost easier to justify, is that the Earth is really old. And then once you get some buy-in from that, then you can start talking about evolution.
Well, and the conception of this idea from Darwin's perspective, right, is that he gets on the Beagle, the HMS Beagle, and he's doing a lot of naturalistic work in South America, right? At the time, he was already sort of pseudo on board with the idea that species could change, but this question was sort of lingering in everybody's mind. Okay, if species can change, and that's a very big if, how long have they been changing for? Because if you look at a family tree, like you and your siblings, they converge on a common ancestor in the form of your parents, and your parents converge rather on a common ancestor in the form of your grandparents, and your grandparents on your great grandparents, and so on and so forth. We naturally see, just as a result of mathematics and heredity played backwards into time, that family trees collapse, they coalesce towards last common ancestors. That works within species now as we create family trees in humans, moving backwards through history, and it works with species too. And so the question is, okay, if family trees coalesce as we move backwards in time, how long has that been going on for? And by the time Darwin came up with the theory of evolution with Alfred Russel Wallace, the answer to that question was already a very, very, very long time.
Oh, it says that he's been timed out, that he likely hung up.
Oh, did we lose him? That's a shame.
I think we did. It is
okay,
indeed
if he calls
shame.
back, he calls back. I mean, I'm happy to continue chasing that lead down, but I mean, I think we're sort of putting the cart before the horse here, right? Like, deep time was established before evolution, completely independent from it.
Although so I suspect that they didn't really have a good scientific justification for deep time in the 1700s and perhaps even earlier. I suspect that it's kind of just thought that the world's very, very old, because as far as I know, the first estimates to get to a quite old Earth, like say more than 50,000 years old or so, start popping up in the 1800s. I think that Lord Kelvin was the first to estimate that. Oh, he's back.
John,
I'm so sorry. I have my wife had her car, and I have Bluetooth, and it automatically connected to her car, and I couldn't hear you guys, so I had to drive off away a bit. I'm hearing you guys again. Sorry about that.
No, all good. So take that and run with it there. Actually, I don't know, Blitz, did you want to finish your thought there?
Well, I was just going to say that, like, as far as I know, like, the first time that we got ages of the Earth that are, on the order of 1 million plus years is like around the end of the 1800s, if I'm remembering my history correctly.
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, so I have this on the top of my head because I just did a really big video on history of science with this topic, but it's one of those things where people roughly conceived of the Earth as quite old, started conceiving of it as quite old, around the like prior to the 1800s, prior even to Lyell, with Hutton and people who actually preceded him, like John Ray, who were considering what's the other guy's name? Steno, John Ray and Steno, who were talking about, like, okay, we've got these formations that, as far as we know, take a long time to form in the present, and they're all over the place. How long is that? But they didn't have the tools at their disposal to actually answer that question, nor did they have the observations or the data sets to start extrapolating back and say, okay, like, for something like the Grand Canyon, how long would that take using current rates? Okay. But you're right to say, like, putting a number on it, like a good solid number on it, wouldn't come until late 1800s.
In fact, I'm looking at this right now. Apparently, Isaac Newton even estimated it to be around 50,000 years old.
Yeah, he did it on the basis of cooling metals.
And he was like super Christian. Like, he was a heretic, but he was also super Christian. So,
and it wasn't just him. It was John Herschel, who was like, John Herschel would go on and push against Darwin's idea of evolution, but he was like, if you think that the Earth is young, then you're blind, deaf, and dumb. Like you're not paying attention. Like it's very obvious from the entirety of the natural world that the Earth is very ancient. And he was a fervent
Okay,
Christian.
but can I push on that back on that just a bit?
Sure.
Sure.
Hello? Yeah. Do you know how like sometimes if you're talking to, I don't know, I'm nothing against Muslims, just using just them as a random example, how they will say that they have sufficient evidence with, of course, assuming they're not being dishonest. They really believe in their book, and they think from what's in the book that they really believe they have sufficient evidence that what they think is true. So I'm making the case that Darwin really was dependent on Charles Lyell's book to come up with his ideas. Again, going back in time, we don't have the modern stuff we have now. Doesn't that kind of form a belief system similar to a religion belief, even though obviously it's not the same?
No, because the way that science works is that you have to make presuppositions about the natural world based off of other people's prior work. You can't, from the ground up, do every experiment that's ever been done. Like Einstein didn't have to reinvent Newtonian physics in order to look into relativity, right? Like that's just the nature of the beast. Now, you would perhaps have a point if it weren't the case that Alfred Russel Wallace, when I say have a point, meaning that Darwin couldn't have come up with evolution without Lyell, but Alfred Russell Wallace also independently came to the conclusion of evolution without Darwin, with zero influence from, I guess I shouldn't say zero influence, but like, he did this on his own based off of his own observations in a completely different part of the world.
But I would
So
guess he would have to take in deep time as an
I
assumption.
don't I mean, he believed the Earth was old, but it doesn't matter if the Earth is old or if the Earth is young. Populations change over time. The only way that you get to common ancestry is with a lot of time, but evolution is happening regardless of the age of the Earth. Like we are observing it right now.
Okay, perfect. You actually, your last sentence led me right into the point I was trying to make with all this. And I'm going to use an analogy like of a car that's 10 years old that's rusting. Would you agree that the rate of rust of the car, rusting, does not, it tells you the age of the car. I guess we can do just a analogy of radiocarbon dating on that. But that rusting, the rate of the rust of the car does not tell you how long it took to build the car. So
Well, no, but
Sure, those are unrelated, yeah.
But the problem is,
yeah,
that gives you a minimum age, right? Like that's going to the car is at least as old as how long it took for it to rust.
right.
Building the car is another question you can ask, and that's a question that you can ask with the age of the Earth using something like radiometric dating, which is objective, right? Like unless you want to change the laws of physics, radiometric dating works.
Yeah, I guess in a way, if you permit, if God exists, if he exists, obviously, wouldn't that right there, because he would be the one making the laws of physics. So is God under any restrictions to, like, why does he have to use the laws of physics before humans were made? Because there was no one to understand them.
John, so look, like in principle, you can whisk up a magic man who creates the Earth and can control the laws of physics, and you can write a book about it, and we might call it like Harry Potter and the magic sky deity. But regardless, like maybe you could conceptualize this, but then you run into the issue of, well, it seems very, very strange that this being would lie to us, would leave behind all of this remarkable evidence of the Earth being very, very old, if he was trying to tell us the truth, if he wasn't trying to be deceptive, right?
And critically, the stuff that's old is filled with dead things, right? Like you can't.
Well, yeah, but those could just be placed there.
Well, theoretically, but that takes the deception to the next level. I mean, that makes it that it's like, it's not that the Earth is made, it's not a plenitude of creation thing where it's like the Earth is made for your enjoyment and that's why it's made mature. No, it's filled with dead things that could only give you the impression that these things were live ones and walked along the face of the Earth. That seems to be a flagrant violation of Romans 1:20 there, John.
Okay. So obviously that you guys would feel being deceived, but if a person is looking at it as if God made everything 100,000 years ago, and it's natural to have, slow decay rate. Everything is moving slowly, like plate tectonics, because he's gentle with the natural laws, so that he's kind of giving us because if everything is extremely violent and disordered, we wouldn't be able to survive. So how do we know he just didn't make natural laws just because he's gentle? It's like this is the world we live in now, but he made it all. Yeah.
Look, and I actually, Erika, you might have been the first person who wrote about this, who popularized the idea. But there's this thing called the heat problem, right?
Let's go. That was actually what I was going to bring up next. So I'm glad you. I'm glad you
So I've run the math on this specifically, and if you assume that the Earth is between 6,000 and 10,000 years old, and we're going to extrapolate to 100,000 years old in a minute, but if you assume that the Earth is 6,000 to 10,000 years old or so, then what you find is that if all of the radioactivity that has happened in the last 6 to 10,000, or in the we think has happened in the last 4.5 billion years old, actually happened in the last 6 to 10,000 years, then the Earth would be vaporized. It would actually be like vaporous metal, right? The Earth would be so hot because radioactivity releases a ton of energy. This is how we power nuclear power plants. Now, you can extrapolate backwards to 100,000, say it's 100,000 years old instead of 10,000 years old, and you run into the same problem. It's just mildly less hot. And, the world is just not that hot. It's actually quite, I don't know, maybe Al Gore is to blame, but it is actually quite hot today. But that's neither here nor there. The point is I'm not on fire, and neither are you. And if the Earth was 100,000 years old, we should be.
Right. I guess I'm not explaining this correctly, or I'm not. I'm basically saying that the foundation of our Earth is a supernatural, if he exists. Because if God exists, he would be supernaturally making everything. So it really, basically, at that point, it's like a Marvel comic book writer. They can just do whatever, whenever, however, because by definition, if he's supernatural, then it's not deceiving. Kind of like
John,
you would not be deceived if you go see a movie and you see lots of like crazy stuff. You wouldn't feel deceived.
John, do you think that fossils were placed by God to deceive us?
No, I just think fossils are actually dead organisms, but it occurred, it could at least possibly occur within 100,000 years, even though the rates we're measuring now say it's much older. In other words, we're taking like the analogy I use with the rust of a car.
Yeah, John, the problem with that, there's a reason why I asked that question, because it completely violates even this setup that you've presented to us, because the animals and plants that are entombed in these rocks are entombed in rocks that themselves required enormous amounts of time to lay down. So either it took a long time for those rocks to lay down, and they did in fact lay down in actuality, or they were created in place with dead things already in them, because an animal can't die and then quantum tunnel down 30 meters into the rock. You see what I'm saying? Like these animals they're not in isolation, where they're recording entire ecosystems that thrived in the past and then died. And so because of that, they're representing real events in addition to the events that preserved them. So in order for you to explain these vast chunks of the geologic column as being created as is, you also have to accept that the things that are entombed within them were created as is. And you just said that you wouldn't do that. So that puts the Earth at least 550 million to about 600 million years old. That you have large multicellular animals entombed in rocks that take a long time to form. And in addition to that, as Blitz was talking about earlier, the radioactive material that's within these rocks also would have been there when these animals were preserving, right? So that had to have been recording an actual event as well. So
or they were all put there.
Yeah, or they were all put there artificially. Okay. So under your own scenario, the Earth is at least 550 million years old, minimum.
Okay, and you guys would both feel deceived if God had made everything exactly as you explained it, but because he's supernatural, he decided to place everything the way you're looking at it 100,000 years ago. Even though logic,
John, you would too. You just said that God didn't place the fossils there, and the fossils are in rocks that are that old.
Well, yeah, but if he made everything 100,000 years ago, he could have put
Right.
first, of course, they were alive before they were dead, and then some catastrophic thing happened, and then you got the dead organisms. So it looks
But
like
how do you get the dead
old,
organisms into solid rock?
Yeah, how do you get that? Thank you. Yes, exactly.
You can have like if there's a flood, it would carry a lot of sediment over.
Right, but
rock
that
is
would be
solid.
dead.
The rock is
That would be dead
solid.
organisms in new rock, not rock that already existed.
Okay, so but you're saying the rock that the fossils are in are automatically 500 million
Well,
years old.
I mean, they're
Where-
however
where
old
I'm
they are.
saying is-
We can use radiometric dating to figure out how old they are if you find like zircon crystals buried in certain layers, or if you find other, potassium or argon, or any of these other methods that you can
John,
use.
what you're saying that the rock can be as old or as young as God wants it to be, but the animals were actually real animals. Therefore, if the animals are stuck within rock that is by multiple different independent methods at least 550 million years old, that is the bare minimum for the age of the earth, according to both of us, because there's no way for an animal,
Right.
as Blitz said, to get entombed in solid rock unless it quantum tunnels, and you would have to have that happen, millions of times.
Okay, so but there's no way that the dates that you guys are getting from measuring the radiometric dating from the rocks and all that stuff, there's no way that you guys are measuring the age of the rocks from here, but still it all happened in a short amount of time, 100,000 years ago to 50,000 years ago, and that deep time doesn't actually exist.
And it's
You know
not
what I'm trying to say?
physically
'Cause
possible,
you
John.
kind of have to like leave the natural and go to the supernatural to think of
Look,
crazy stuff like that. Like
so in this scenario where the rocks are placed supernaturally, the animal remains are placed supernaturally, the zircon crystals have had their uranium decay supernaturally. In this case, all you're describing is a god that left behind evidence that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, despite it not being actually 4.5 billion years old. And that is a textbook case of deceiving the investigator. If I committed a murder, which I'm not going to do, this is a hypothetical. If I committed a murder and then I planted fake evidence that suggested that the person who was killed was actually killed 20 years prior, that would be me intentionally deceiving the police. Right?
Correct.
And so this would just make the god that you're talking about a deceiver. You're talking about Loki.
Well, and not only that, like to add to this too, John, right? Like it's solipsistic, because if God is capable of lying to you by presenting all of these different independent lines of evidence from the natural world that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, but in actuality, it's some amount younger than that, then he might as well have just created everything as is last Thursday, including you with your memories in place to give the illusion of age. And you have no way of proving that wrong. You could have done it 1 second ago. We could be a Boltzmann brain, right? Like it's.
Well, no, I mean, you guys couldn't be, because I'm the only one that
One
exists.
of us could,
right? Yeah,
Blitz
just
could
me.
be a Boltzmann brain, right.
But
the rest of us could, exactly. But do you see what I'm saying, John? Like it breaks down.
I definitely see your point of view. It's clear as day. The weird part about this is that if he's supernatural and he can do whatever he wants, doesn't that automatically make him not deceptive? Because and the reason that the last Thursday doesn't work is that I'm saying that he made everything before the human mind, because humans are the only ones that could figure all this out. So why should God worry about how he does anything and we feel deceived if we're not here yet? It's kind of like
why did he go through all of the effort to make it look old? If not to be deceptive.
Well, to him it wouldn't be effort. No, that's the point. It only looks old.
Like you can't present you can't present any evidence to any age of anything, including yourself, including your own memories. If God deceiving you as to the age of something is on the table, then there is actually no way to determine the age of anything.
up to a point, I'm pretty sure we agree that we have historical like
No, those could be
archaeology
fake.
and
No,
stuff
those could
that.
be fake. God created everything,
No,
like, or even the history of humans is just an illusion for you
no,
or
yeah,
for
that's what,
Blitz.
yeah. So I'm saying he made everything supernaturally up to when humans were made. In other words, it
Why
doesn't
the
matter who
arbitrary dividing
existed before
line?
human beings because we're
Why
the
the arbitrary
only
dividing line?
ones. It's kind of like if you would because the design doesn't make sense if there's no one to interpret it. So basically, I'm saying that God made everything for us. I know this is not going to be a very popular point,
Okay,
but let's
look,
just
maybe you're
hypothetically.
missing the point that Erika's bringing up, and so like maybe I can clarify. The point is if God can make the world appear to look old without it actually being old, which is what you're suggesting, he just made it look like there are old fossils and old zircon crystals and old rocks and all these things, but it's not actually that old. He did all of that 500,000 or 100,000 years ago or whatever. Then God could make it so that the Earth looks like there's history books, there's movies, there's whatever from everything up until last week. But actually none of that was real. It was just placed in your memory, placed on the internet, placed in libraries, but none of it's real. The entire world just started to exist last week, and everything before it was just faked by God. There's no reason why you could dismiss one or why you could accept one and not and dismiss the other. They're the exact same scenario.
Right. So I think they call that last Thursdayism or
Exactly. Yeah, that's
something
the
like that.
point.
I've
So
heard of that before.
how do you
Right.
avoid last Thursdayism, but still hold on to this idea that God faked the entire geological history of the world up until 100,000 years ago?
Yeah, I would only have to say only because I have memories. Oh, you're saying he implanted those memories.
Yeah, memories could be faked.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay, so that's a possible explanation. But what if he didn't do that? He only did everything supernaturally, only up to, and he had, of course, angels. You know, the devil and this. This is like
But
super.
John,
You guys are
like,
like sci-fi on this. Yeah.
you have to understand how difficult it is for us to hear what if he did it that way. Like, oh, okay, sure. Or what if it just is what it looks like? What if God is the honest interlocutor that he presents himself as in the Bible? And what if the creation is reflective of the creator and therefore isn't deceptive? And what if therefore the earth is 4.5 billion years old?
Right, which is why I love discussing things with like this, talking to you guys about all this and others, and which makes this really interesting because God is like what's that word, like bipolar, not bipolar, I forget, like two
Magic?
extremes. Because if
Bipolar is what you're looking for, actually.
Yeah. So if he exists, it's completely like a supernatural fairy tale, right? We have to at least logically permit that because you can even see like the stories in the Bible or other holy books. There's always some supernatural crazy stuff happening that doesn't make sense. So if we permit supernatural forces, then why are we like restricting it? Why can't we just say everything is a movie made for us and we're in that? So the simulation theory, basically, like we're literally.
Well, that's a great question.
Simulation.
Why are we trying to do science at all if God can just willy-nilly break any of the laws of physics, any of the laws of geology? I don't know what laws of chemistry there are. I'm sure that there are some.
I'm sure there are.
I've never taken any chemistry classes. Don't like.
Oh my God.
But like, why would we do science at all if all of this is up for grabs? It's just completely willy-nilly at God's whim.
Because it's the stuff for evolution, deep time, and like going really, really back in time. It's more of an explanation of where we came from versus like the science of how to build a car and how to like do things like today into the near future and the future.
But
John,
you understand that the same science we use to develop extremely fast and tiny transistors is the science that we use to determine how old a zircon crystal is. It's the same science. It's quantum mechanics in both cases.
Right.
Well,
So,
not only that, John,
I agree.
but
Yeah, I agree.
not only that, but the science that you are sort of playing down there about the past is the same science that we use to find fossil fuels that power every vehicle on this planet, right? Like we use assumptions of deep time, and when I say assumptions of, I'm only using that brutally here. in that we use radiometric dating to find good spots to drill for oil, right? Whether we're in the Permian Basin or whether we're in South Africa, right? Like we use radiometric dating and the assumption that it is in fact reflective of a true geologic column to find the best spots to drill. We wouldn't spend money on that. We wouldn't throw billions of dollars a year globally at radiometric dating if it didn't work.
I'm going to say something that's funny, and I promise it's not to upset any of you because I
promise there's nothing that you can say that would upset me.
You won't upset. You won't upset us. Don't worry.
So God put these and his angels, the friendly ones and the bad ones, they helped him make life, and it was like a big art show, kind of like a painter drawing pictures.
I think I saw that show. Isn't it called Good Omens?
The angels had powers to create life with God. Because I would actually challenge any Christian to explain, why would God make T-Rex? Like, how could a loving God make T-Rex looks like a monster, like a flesh-eating, walking
easy on. I think T-Rex is cute, John. I like T-Rex.
I know. I got off stuff.
Now I am mad. Actually, I take it back. You did make me mad. Now I am mad. I'm fighting for T-Rex's dignity out here. Okay, sorry.
All right. So if I have a little bit of time, I would like to talk about another topic called simultaneous complex design, in which the only analogy I have is, you agree that a car has a lot of pieces that must be all there at the same time for a car to drive down the road. It's not
actually no
complexity, because the mousetrap is.
I would actually say no, because if you go look at cars from 100 years ago, most of the parts that you like, besides wheels and an engine, those are like the only things that are common between modern cars and cars from 100 years ago. So I wouldn't say that you need all the parts in a modern car in order for it to be a car, or for it to work.
Okay, well,
you need wheels and an engine. That's it.
Sorry, so let's take. But even an engine's pretty darn complex. Like, you would need all those things, even from the older car, for one function, which is to drive down the road. But they would all have to be there at the same time. Correct?
I mean, you don't need four wheels in order to drive down the road using an engine. You could have 3 or 2, even 1, in fact.
Okay, but even then, the engine's complex by itself. You just need a lot of parts to accomplish this one function of.
It depends on the engine, but again, engines can be very simple. It can be as much as like a tube in a hot. Or a cylinder in a hot tube, and that would be enough to produce a Stirling engine.
No,
John, I know that I'm just drilling you on how cars work and what like the minimal features you would need for a car, which is not the point. But my point is merely that you probably underestimate how much you actually need for an organism to do some particular task.
Right. No, that's possible. But I know there's simpler organisms, but I'm talking about the ones that have a lot of pieces. Like that's why I use the car analogy, or a modern car. Or you agree there's a lot of complexity in life. So how did all those pieces come together?
There's nothing that lacks an antecedent, right? Like, there's nothing that we have no idea, that we are completely clueless on how this came about. It's either got living antecedents or fossil antecedents.
Okay. So I guess the point that I was making is, I don't see and I of course I appreciate you guys thinking this because you're educated in this, but from the other point of view, my mind is having a hard time grasp how the whole, like the chicken or the egg thing, how does a whole male and female exist to make a baby without all the parts being there, all for the very first time, with everything? I guess all the.
This is a great.
It's hard to think about.
Yeah, no, this is a great question, John. Like, this is totally fair. Right now, things are incredibly complex, and it's really hard to imagine how a stepwise process like evolution over time, even, what would be time for life, like 4.1 billion years, could yield current biodiversity. That's understandable. But the same could be said if you were to take a caveman and introduce them to a computer. They'd be like, it is literally impossible for that to come to come to be at all. Humans could never invent that. Look at it, whole cloth. It's too complicated. But that's to erase all of the intermediate steps between, the first anthropoid that smacked a rock against a nut and modern day technologies like computers. So we can take complicated structures that exist today, like the sexes, or like the eye, or like the liver, or like the blood clotting cascade, or whatever, and we can look at the types of complexity that we see for that structure in different animals today, right? So sexual intercourse is complicated in humans, more so than it might be in something like a flatworm, right? We could go down,
Right.
down all the way to single cellular organisms where sexual reproduction might be as simple as doing horizontal gene transfer, right? Or you can
Right.
say, what about the eye? The eye in humans, the camera type eye, is really complex, and it's really complex in an octopus. But you can actually find every stage of eye evolution going down to the pinhole lens type eye or pinhole camera type eye to just a single patch of photosensitive cells that all it can do in the worms that it's found on is tell the direction or the light is coming from, or even just whether it's light versus dark. And that provides an enormous fitness benefit for these organisms in question. You can look at any feature and find simplistic versions in living animals, but things get even crazier when you look in the fossil record or when you go into the lab and start to tease apart the genetics of this, right? The genes that are responsible for making the human body plan, right? The body organizing genes, the Hox genes, which is a type of homeobox gene, those all exist in a fly as well. You can quite literally take the body organizing gene, right? The gene that's responsible for initiating limb development in a fly, right? Take a fly embryo, pull the patch of limb development off of that fly and stick it on a mouse, and it will work. It will develop a regular mouse limb. Because these directions come from much, much older, more simplistic directions that were at play in much older, much more simplistic organisms. And our expectation from the fossil record is very simple on this. If that is the case, that these organisms all converge on more simplistic critters as we move backwards in time to about whatever 550 to 600 million years ago, that's what the fossil record should reflect too, and it does. So I totally think it's fair and understandable to have questions about how complex structures can evolve. But I can't answer that with a single, let me walk you through how the process works every time, because evolution works with what it's got.
Right.
What I can tell you is you can hop on
Right,
Google Scholar right now and investigate the evolution of any of the complex structures, again, from the sexes to something like body plans or the blood clotting cascade.
Right. I think I'm starting to see the divide between theists and, between intelligent design and complexity versus like evolution, because that line of what you're discussing is basically forcing on the theist side their brain to accept that all the pieces of a car have functioned by themselves and somehow got together to form the car. Does that make like that's what's in our mind? Like Occam's razor, like the simplest explanation.
Yeah. I understand that, but like the thing is that just is what happened, right? Like the lungs that exist in animals that are using them like us to breathe above water today, ancestrally developed from a much more primitive lung that you can still find in animals like lungfish. And that same organ is homologous to the swim bladder, which means it develops into the swim bladder. It becomes a lung in some animals like us, and it becomes the swim bladder in Actinopterygian or ray fin fishes.
Right.
Like it's the same exact organ, it's the same exact genes, just different parts are slightly tweaked. Mutations here and there, or changes to the regulation of the same genes.
Right. So what do you say to people that think like me, that it's just the easiest explanation on my mind is God made it? Like if I see the blind watchmaker thing, like if I see a Swiss watch on the beach and a pile of sand, the easiest thing on my mind is to say, okay, someone made the watch.
Well, but the easiest
like for me,
the easiest answer to the pyramids is to say that aliens made them. The easiest answer to the planet is to say that it was blinked into existence by, the blind idiot god in Lovecraftian mythos, right? Like, it's easy to say this other thing that requires very little investigation is responsible for it. It's much harder to try to tease out how ancient people actually made the pyramids or how evolution actually works. To that answer, I would say the simplistic answer is not always the right one. Not in criminal court, not in medicine, not in biology, not in anything. And what I would say instead is that you, as a theist, ought to investigate the natural world and look at the evidence that we have for something like evolution, a process which is arguably perfect at keeping life living. As far as we know, there has not been a single time since life was established on this planet that it has gone completely extinct. I don't know why theists don't use that more. I don't know why theists don't look at evolution as this perfect mechanism for maintaining life, as gruesome as it can be. Because it's really, really good at keeping critters alive, right? Evolution just being the sum of the mechanisms of evolution and the laws of heredity. So I don't understand the reticence here. Now, to me, I don't think that I'm monologuing. Go ahead.
No, I wouldn't doubt. I don't think many theists would doubt evolution as like adaptation of current life. I don't think anyone would doubt that. We can see that with our own eyes. It's just when you trace it back into common descent is when it becomes an issue.
Look, so
I understand where you're coming from. Go ahead, Blitz. I have some thoughts, but
the whole issue is that you can often come up with the simplest possible explanation that makes sense at a surface level. So if I see something that looks like it has some symmetry, for example, or it has like some very, very distinct shapes, like if I see, I don't know, a statue on a street corner, it's reasonable to say, yeah, a guy made that or a woman made that, whatever.
Yeah.
And then if I go see something but if I use that same reasoning, distinctive shapes equals somebody made it, and then I wander into a cave that has fool's gold, also known as ferrite, whatever it's called. It's this one kind of, I can't believe I'm forgetting the name. Anyway, there's a kind of pyrite. I'm sorry, not ferrite. If you have a cave that has pyrite in it, and you see these sharp cubic crystals, you'd be like, a statue made it. A statue maker put it there. Like, no, these formed naturally via some complex geological process. And so if you use these very surface level ways of evaluating how complicated something is, or how much of a design it needs to have, you come to the wrong conclusion all the time. And so it's not enough to just have a surface level evaluation. You actually have to dig deeper and see, okay, if it's true that when XYZ thing has a property, then it's therefore designed, you have to take that to the logical conclusion. Like, if it's designed well, if it has a good body plan, then it's designed. Well, what about all those body plans that aren't good? Like the famous one, the recurrent laryngeal nerve of a giraffe, right? That's not a good body plan. So why would you assume that it's designed when its body plan is garbage? Like it's, it only works at the surface level.
Because there's so much good design. But there's so much good design around it. Like the whole giraffe.
Right. But that's exactly it, right?
It's an amazing design if it's designed, yeah.
Evolution is not a perfect process, despite what Erika says. Evolution will leave in stuff so long as it doesn't kill you too fast. Whereas a designer, you would expect there to be no mistakes, especially if this designer knows everything and is perfect in every way. You would expect there to be no faulty parts of the design. And yet, when we go out and look in the world, we see a lot of things that are designed pretty efficiently, designed in big air quotes, and then some things which are just like garbage, but they're good enough. And that's just not what you'd expect from a perfect design.
So to be clear, John, when I'm saying evolution is a perfect process, I mean it is perfect at making sure that life has never gone extinct completely once on this planet. Blitz is correct when he says that when we look at the designs of organisms, right? Like design, I'm using that as a stand-in word here. What we see is some stuff that is just immaculately good at what it does, and other stuff that is just rigged to hell. That it seems to be held together by, base pairs and nothing else. The recurrent laryngeal nerve is a great example, but another one that's classically pointed to is the backwards retina of humans, right? And mammals in general. Like our retina is wired the wrong way. And when I say the wrong way, I mean it's not the most efficient way, like what we see in octopus. Why is it like that? There's no reason that we can think for that to be the case, for why we should have that characteristic, or the fact that we maintain features that call back to an older ancestry. We still have our little tailbones, and they serve a function, but they also belie a past.
Erika,
Go ahead.
Erika, John, have you guys heard of Jimothy?
Yeah, I know Jimothy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like, would a perfect designer
No,
design Jimothy?
Poor
I've never
Jimothy.
heard of that. What's
You
He's
should
this
Jimothy?
Google Jimothy.
raccoon. He's this raccoon who's got this developmental abnormality, so his spine is much shorter than it should be. And so he
And he
looks
looks
like
like a
if you
monster.
Uh-huh.
he looks like if you took a raccoon and squished him like in a Tom and Jerry cartoon, like an accordion. Like he's
Right.
just mushed together. It's he's really cute, but
He is
man,
really cute.
the little guy is, yeah, I'm
Right.
sure it's not easy going for him. But yeah, we have a lot of designs that don't seem to make a lot of sense, like a lot of aspects to us and a lot of aspects within other organisms. The one that plagued Darwin
Right.
or haunted him was parasitoid wasps. You know, like, why do some
Right.
wasps reproduce by laying their eggs inside other animals for them to eat their way out? That seems like a
Right.
pretty garbage existence. That seems to suck for all parties involved. But
Right.
it gets the job done.
Yeah. I agree from your perspective. That's true. But, theists would argue separation. We're separated from perfect beginning. There's some things for example, maybe there's a function for the larynx nerve for the giraffe that we don't know about yet. Junk
Sure,
DNA popped
that's
up in my head
possible.
from the past. So
But there's a
I
lot
guess
there's a
what
lot of
this is
speculation
all.
here in order
Yeah.
to justify a seemingly bad design. Like, look, okay, let's put you
Right.
look, we're all capitalists here, clearly, wink wink. If you went up to
Yeah.
if you're an engineer at a company and your boss, your CEO, your supervisor, whatever, tells you to design something for your company, and you come back with what you've produced, and it just has like this seemingly glaring flaw. And then your supervisor says, "Why did you include the self-destruct button that is right next to the power button?" And you say, "Oh, well, you know, there was a good reason why it was put there. I'm just not going to tell you." You would get fired. That's a terrible design.
Right.
I
Right.
just don't understand why theists don't just look at the overwhelming the overwhelming evidence that we have for evolution in the ancient age of the earth, and instead of coming up with these roundabout ways to explain away what we are literally observing in a way that's quite akin to flat earthers. I
I
don't know
think
why they don't just say God uses the natural world to achieve his means, thus this is fine, and then we can move on to having conversations that are actually relevant to theism, like whatever the problem of evil or something.
because when you enter theism and you get into a religion like Christianity, for example, there's a lot of theology involved that does not make sense. That to say, like, for example, if Jesus was human, that he came from an ape, like things like that, like just don't make sense. Like, why would God make us from apes? Why would he belittle
Well,
our
why
importance
why
in
would
life by
he
saying we came from?
wait, John, why is coming from an ape
Yeah,
worse than coming from dust?
because
Apes are
he made us
living things.
like. Well, no, because if you have you ever like made your own thing? Let's say you made your own car, piece by piece, step by step, like little details, like your own creation, like whether it's an art or so it makes you feel way more important if God made you atom by atom versus, hey, here's a monkey, you came from it over time, and worse yet,
That's
over
whoa.
billions
Hold
of
on,
years,
hold
you're
on.
so
That's
insignificant.
insane. That is
And
insane
super
to me.
backwards
When
too.
I was a theistic evolutionist, because I accepted evolution and was a Christian for a very, very, very long time
Crazy.
and squared them together, quite well. They sat together fine in my mind. The way that I thought of it was, wow, I can't believe that a process that so effortlessly maintains life and has maintained life for the past 4.1 billion years on the face of the planet managed to culminate in something as wonderfully interesting as humans. Boy, that process sure is complex. I sure am glad that someone was behind the wheel guiding it every step of the way. That seemed far more stunning and impressive than God poofing people out of dirt 6,000 years ago. In fact, I found it ludicrous to suspect, or to suggest rather, that coming from dirt is somehow has more dignity than coming from a line of survivors over 7 million years since our split
Right,
with chimpanzees. Now, setting that aside, there are problems with that, right? Because evolution doesn't
right,
appear to me at all to be guided at this point. Although I think people can make that argument. I just think that it's very just so. But from my
okay,
perspective, then I think it would be absurd to propose that because it makes you feel more special, can pull more support from being made from dirt or mud or a rib than coming from millions of successful generations. Like that's crazy.
Right. And it's also and it's also kind of subjective. So maybe I shouldn't have brought that up. It's not really a theological argument. It's just my own personal thing. Yeah, I'm sure there's theological things out there that maybe I'm not aware of right now. But all right, guys, thank you. I just want to say, even though I'm a theist,
Sure, man.
I am confident about one thing, that if God exists and we're all three of us are using our brain, I don't like when people, I don't know if they call into you guys and tell you this, that you're going to hell and crap like that. Because to me, if God exists, he made the brain before he made any book. Can we agree on that? If he exists. He made the human brain that you guys are using in your educations way before any Quran or Bible or any other book.
If God exists, that would be true, but I don't think that God exists, so it's like trivially vacuous. Well, look, John, thank you so much for being here. We do appreciate you. We do have some other callers that we want to get to.
I appreciate all the information.
You know,
Here, man.
All right.
Enjoy your Florida summer.
All right. Thank you. Thank you guys for what you're doing. Have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You too.
Toodaloo.
Man, I feel like I'm getting better at ending calls after people have said their piece.
He actually ended it.
I know, that was like, I thought that was a pleasant call.
It was perfect timing.
Yeah, it was really good timing. I don't know. I hope John calls back. I had fun with that. What? Wait, hold on. Let me see what we got here in the queue.
We have Dan.
We do have Dan. We do have Dan. Okay, we're taking Dan. We got Dan. Dan the man, theist, pronouns he, him, from Colorado.
Dan the man.
Dan says there's a, hold on, sorry, Dan, hold on. Let me read your summary and then I want to hear your perspective here just to orient ourselves here.
Man.
Your note here says there's a creator. Atheists say God's name in vain. Tell us a little bit more about that, my friend.
Well, first of all, I just want to fully respect, because we're all in flesh.
Yep,
respect
I'm
and love.
flesh.
Yeah, so nothing but respect. But and you said yes, there is a creator, and that is I believe in God, the one and only, that created me, that created my parents, and that has that helped me humble down instead of full of pride, and showed me how to love one another, love especially the neighbor. I'm always the first one to introduce myself. I'll give the neighbor some time to maybe hopefully he'll come up to me, but I give them their space and privacy until I come up to them, and him like, hey, I'm your neighbor. I live over here, and nice to meet you, and congratulations for buying the property.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you here. I hear ya, and I'm glad that you get on well with your neighbors and that you introduce yourself to them first. That rocks.
Yeah.
However, this is a call-in show, so I'd like to give us your perspective so we can have a conversation about that.
Yeah.
Tell us, why you believe in God, for example.
Atheists, I believe they could have more faith than even the Christians or whoever have more faith than a Christian or a Catholic or any religion out there. I believe that they could probably have more faith in us, that we try to practice the faith that we follow, which is only one, and one true religion, one true church, one true God. And the reason why I say that is because I see the hope. And when I met one atheist football coach / teacher, he would like to say a lot the name of God, like, God's word in vain. So that made me feel like there is some hope.
Blitz, you're muted.
I knew it. See, I actually just said God damn it. Funnily enough, because I muted myself. We speak English. We live in a very Christianized society. And my point is that this is just colloquial language. It's not taking God's name in vain. It's not secretly believing in God or anything like that. It's just how people speak, especially if you grew up in the West.
Yeah, and more like to respect one another too, and also respect the Creator as much as we can. And And the sooner you do it, the younger you do it, the better life will be. If you just give up
Dan,
in flesh.
I don't want to assume anything about you. If there was a trans woman, would you use she, her pronouns for that person?
The trans person, it has to go from how she started. If she was either a boy or a
so
girl.
then why should you care about anybody else disrespecting what you magically believe in, but you won't give somebody the dignity and respect to call them by the pronouns that they would want for themselves?
No.
Like one's about directly
No.
respecting
I
a person.
totally,
Another is
totally
about
agree on
respecting somebody's
respecting.
random beliefs.
Oh yeah, I would totally respect if they want to be trans or they want to. That's what it means. Our free will to choose whatever path we
So why won't you
choose to
respect them
walk
and use
on.
their preferred pronouns?
I never said I don't respect those people. It's just
Refusing
the
to
thing
use their
is,
preferred pronouns is a way of showing disrespect, by the way.
well, if I see him looking like a man, to me that's a man. Or if she looks like a woman, I'll see her as a woman. I see her as if she has long hair, breasts. That's a woman.
Trans ally?
I mean,
Wait a minute.
much
Does he just not know what a trans woman is and thinks that a trans woman is like a trans man?
I'm letting you
Maybe
investigate
based
this,
ally?
Blitz. I'm letting you.
Well, I don't
I'm
know
letting you
much
geek
about
out on
trans
this.
Okay,
people.
Dan, let me clarify. If you have
Trans
somebody
women?
who was if you have somebody who was born a male but is transgender
gotcha.
and quote unquote became a woman even though they were born a male, would you call that person him or call that person her?
That person would have a name, right? So that's what I would call that person.
Yeah, if you were to refer to the person in
is.
third person using a pronoun like
gotcha.
he or her or she or him, which one would you use for this person?
What they would tell me to respectfully call them. It all comes from respect. The person, the individual.
Look, so absolutely. I'm glad that you're a trans ally. Now we can get back on the respecting God's name topic if you want. I just had to verify, okay?
Okay. But no matter what, that trans person will never eliminate what they were born with.
Okay, we're going back on the trans ally ship here, I guess.
We gave you the layup, Dan.
If
we
they
gave
were born
it to
as a
you.
woman,
you had it in the bag, my man.
You had the dunk on me.
If they were born as a woman, no matter how much money they have, they would never become a fully man.
You were so close.
No
Trans
matter how
women,
much
by the
money
way,
you have,
were born males, typically.
You had it.
I mean, you could do it and try as much as you can, but your path. I mean, they won't do what a man can do, and a woman can do. I mean, there's always going to be some kind of fall in it.
I mean, okay. Hold on. Blitz, do we let's pick a route here. Do we want to dig further on this? We can. I'm down.
We don't have to. The only reason I brought it up, Dan, is because I was pretty confident, and now I'm sure that you don't actually respect everybody the way that you want your God to be respected. So, like, we can move on from that, but it just confirmed my position.
That's fine. If that's how you hear me as, then I guess that's what you can call me. Fine.
Well, so like, why should we respect the God that you believe in?
You believe in the First Amendment, right? Of our constitutional
Sure do.
right?
Sure
Was
do.
that made by a man or a woman?
The First Amendment, it was, I don't know who constructed, probably a guy.
I think it's a guy.
It's got to be. It was probably like TJ or something, but...
Do you know what the First Amendment is for us?
Yeah, it's freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion.
The assembly? What's the assembly?
It's James Madison.
Okay, yeah. Assembly is that you have the right to like congregate in groups and protest. Like they can't tell you that you're not allowed to show up and congregate.
Religion? I've never heard of assembly, but it's freedom of religion, right? Is that
the First Amendment includes speech, assembly, and religion, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And there's
so
also
assembly just means that they're not allowed to make laws that can prevent you from like congregating with your buddies to like talk about politics or whatever.
Oh, you're saying like the grievances, right?
Well, yeah. Okay, so actually, I missed two. So you have freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom to assemble, and freedom to petition. You get those 5.
Yeah. So that was created by man for us to protect citizens of the United States.
By man. It was created by like a guy. not like by humanity. Very strange.
Okay. And we should be thankful for that to protect us from tyrants, right?
Wait, can I just ask, Dan, why do you believe in God? I'm so sorry.
I
the
believe
call
in
was
God because I was raised by my mother, that was my mother, and I was raised by my father, that was my father, and they came together as one to make me, and I thank them every day for creating me. But they are a vessel by God. That's why I'm here. That's why you're here. That's why everybody in this earth is here.
Oh wait,
So
that happens in in families that are atheist, or in families that are Buddhist, or in families that are
yeah,
agnostic. So what does that have to do with believing in
but
God?
so there's a lot of humble where I come from. A lot
Uh-huh.
of I was born with a poor family
Uh-huh.
that we had to share an egg within 9 kids. We had to share one
An egg?
Coca-Cola bottle,
I think for eating.
an egg. Like, so, say if you have
Was it like
chickens
an
and they
ostrich
lay an
egg
egg,
or
That'd be a big egg.
a chicken egg.
Nine kids
Let's just
sharing
keep it
one egg,
simple.
that's a big egg. And maybe you're being hyperbolic, or
So
maybe I'm being cruel here, but that seems very difficult to split an egg amongst 9 kids.
no, but it's possible. Can you believe it's possible
I believe
that
it's
you can do
possible.
that?
I do believe it's
Okay.
possible.
Erica?
I'll give you that.
Erica hates the impoverished, by the way.
Yeah,
You heard it
that's
here
classic
first.
me. That's so classic me.
And it's just I was raised as a poor family, so that we have to work hard to have what we want, like to live better as a family. And there's also families that weren't raised with their real dad or father or their real mother, or they were adopted, and they have to they go through confusion, and but I'm thankful for being raised by my mother and my father that truly loved me,
Dan,
and the only
Dan.
father
Man,
that
I'm
wanted
so
me to be
sorry.
better. That's the only
I'm
man that
so
wanted
sorry.
me to be
I
better
gotta
was my
interrupt you,
father.
my friend. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
That's dope. If that's the case, I really think that's wonderful. It sounds like you've had a great family, you've got a great support system.
Mhm.
I think that's phenomenal, and I'm so happy that you had that, and that you've got, those people in your life, that your family is good. But
Mhm.
I gotta ask,
Yeah.
what does that have to do with believing in God? Can we have
As
that
we grew
conversation
up as
instead?
adults, we then have the freedom to be whatever we want.
Okay,
And
so
then
why
that's
are
Not
when
an
you
pride.
answer.
why are
We
you a
become so
theist?
prideful. And say what again?
Why are you a theist? You, Dan, specifically. What made you go, you know what? This is true. This is right.
Why am I a Christian Catholic?
Yes.
Sure.
Because there's love, respect, and there's truth behind it, as well as we go through every year in our lives, everywhere we walk.
Okay, what truth?
What's true? Everything that Scripture, one book instead of which is the Bible, that we all struggle to read and open and practice in our daily lives to live righteous. We struggle with that one book, but it's so easy to open up other books or like a Harry Potter book and feel good about it.
Well,
Okay,
I
but
mean,
how-
with
And understand
respect,
it better.
with respect, Harry
Say
Potter
what
is
again?
written more clearly. And despite how much I hate J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter is written much more clearly, and it's far more interesting than the Bible. So, like, of course,
Okay,
people are going to
but
read Harry Potter more.
when it
do you
comes
think that
to, because Harry Potter deals with magic, right? Or
Sorry,
like
I completely
flying and all
derailed the
kinds of.
conversation. I just wanted to defend Harry Potter
It's
being less
it's
shit of a book that compared to the Bible.
Oh, no, it was just an example. This is like the first thing that came, because that was one book that in school I had trouble reading, especially how big
Was the
it
Bible
is.
or Harry Potter?
No, the Harry Potter book.
Hmm.
It was just one that came to my mind that we'd rather read that and understand and accept that instead of a scripture that comes from way back.
wait, I feel like there's way more people on this planet
do,
that are Christian than have read Harry Potter.
Yeah, that's probably true.
do,
Although,
do,
actually, it
do
might be
you
about
guys
the same.
do you guys respect and Charlie Kirk?
What?
And for
What?
for what he did.
I think that he was a shit
Oh, you can
human.
laugh. It's fine.
I think that he's a shit human. I think that he made the world worse. It's a shame that he got killed because it just inflamed the right.
So I mean, we can pick many bad things, except for that one good thing that he did was he reached out to college students to save souls, to not put the world first,
to indoctrinate them. Yeah, I think that's bad. I think that's actually a negative. I think it's a net negative.
Well, Charlie, we can learn a lot from Charlie. That while he lived in this world, we can learn a lot from him if we open up to others. Just like I open up to atheism, and I respect you guys for being atheists, because it doesn't matter what you are, what religion, or what you follow. I know there's a little bit of faith that one day, and hopefully before your deathbed, that you can turn to Christ sooner than till you get to that deathbed, until you want someone to pray for you or someone to.
And I am so sorry. That took me so off guard. That was the last.
It is a good meme.
You could have given me 1,000 years, and I wouldn't have guessed that you were going to say that. For reference, that would have been like if I brought up the Unabomber. Like if we were talking about theism and or evolution, and out of nowhere I just bring up the Unabomber. Like that's just so random. That was just so out of left field for me. I apologize for. I was not laughing at you. I just was very taken off guard by that.
I've had worse than that. It's okay, but do you think taking Charlie's life is okay or taking anybody's life?
Literally,
is okay?
Nobody said that except some people that aren't on this show.
Or freedom of speech that we have in our country, which we're kind of losing the First Amendment. That's why I threw it out there.
Literally, nobody's losing the First Amendment.
I don't think it's.
New York is starting to.
I don't think anybody on this show thinks it's a good thing for people to get murdered for speech. I don't think anybody on this show of all shows would think that that's okay.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Hot take. Hitler, maybe.
We saw a lot of celebrations from Charlie's death, and it's.
Wait, did you see them on the line? Because I was checking. I didn't see any celebrations on the line, but maybe there were.
Stuff was everywhere. But I'm just saying, like, Charlie knew the future.
Dan, I just want to double check. Do you remember when? Dan, I just want to double check. Do you remember when Nancy Pelosi's husband had his brain smashed in with a hammer?
When who? What?
Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Oh, sorry. Go slower, because
Nancy Pelosi.
Who are you talking about?
Nancy Pelosi,
the lady.
Yeah, remember when her husband had his brain smashed in by a hammer?
No, I don't. I never knew about that. I don't follow that lady. I just heard of her name.
So it was all over the political and religious right, saying that he deserved it, laughing about it. So I don't know, man. Okay. Don't go doing this. Oh, you atheists, you wanted Charlie. Like, don't do this. No. This is an everybody problem.
Yeah, no, it's just the reason why I'm here with you guys speaking is, wouldn't it be beautiful and great if we all come together as one, like to help give each other a hand, help each other out?
That would be great. Absolutely, that'd be great.
The government would not like that. The government would hate that, and the government wants us to come.
Now, Dan, why do you believe in God?
Why do I believe in God? Because it was poured. That faith was poured since I was born from my mother and father, and I would never.
Right, Dan,
I went to church every Sunday.
I think we gotta call it, Blitz. I think we gotta call it.
We can call it in a sec. Dan, what do you think that you would have been a Catholic Christian if you were born in Saudi Arabia?
God moves everybody.
That's not an answer. This is a yes or no question, my guy.
You know what I'm saying, man? I don't know about.
I mean, I don't have the answer of what I would be if I was in Saudi Arabia. I'd probably be dead.
Yeah, you do.
I guess they're bombing them, right, or something. Like
nobody's bombing Saudi Arabia. Nobody's bombing Saudi Arabia.
Always in the Middle East, right?
No,
there's always war out there, right?
No, nobody's bombing Saudi Arabia.
I don't know much about Saudi Arabia, so can you pick a different country?
Well, I'll answer the question for you, and then we can call it there. If you were born in Saudi Arabia, your odds of being Muslim and rather than Catholic Christian is like 100%.
Oh, being Muslim, which is like they worship Christian, Muhammad, right?
No,
they worship Muhammad.
No. Dan, it sounds like you have a lot of reading.
This is what I'm saying, Blades.
Dan, it sounds like you have a lot of reading to do. I would suggest that you go do some reading. Maybe read about what Muslims believe. That might be very helpful. Maybe inform yourself about, I don't know, everything.
Dan, thank you very much for calling. I'm so sorry. We gotta call it ahead now because we got a couple of other people waiting. Please feel free to call back another time.
But I believe you guys have faith as the size of a mustard seed, and it's really small. Man. But I know you.
Bye.
I know you guys can do it.
I'm sorry. I said bye and then I started hanging up. I've been doing this show for a minute. I don't think anything has... No, that's not true. There have been a couple of other times that I've been caught similarly off guard as dropping the big Kurt in the middle of that conversation. The time that I was on with Seth and we talked to the person who had 2 PhDs and one of them was divinely bestowed. God gave her one of the PhDs, was up there. The monad is up there too. And then there's the guy, what's his name? I can't remember it. I won't get his name wrong. But there's another guy who, when it comes to me, I'll bring him back up, who had some crazy stuff to say. But I was not expecting... That was an emotional roller coaster for me. I don't know how it was for you, but I honestly... I was taken all over the place around the world.
So I have this problem of, my biggest flaw as a debate lord cringe bro is that I have debilitatingly bad ADHD. So if somebody brings up another topic, I just immediately shift gears to whatever that topic is rather than keeping them on track. So I see things I go from somebody's talking about, how Genesis is real and is yeah, but what about the lizard people? I'm yeah, what about the lizard people?
Yeah, no,
Tell me more.
I know. The thing, I can't. He needs to be carrying the flame to the library. Is what needs to be happening. We gotta get some reading done. That was
maybe start with phonics though.
Yes, there was some phonics. That's nuts. All right. Recover from that. Let's see. What do you want to do next? What we got?
We had there were some plausibly interesting science questions, but we actually did just get another theist on the line from Mitch.
Done. Mitch? Rescue us.
From Dan, please.
Rescue us from the previous conversation. Mitch, pronouns he, him, is a theist from Canada, and he's calling in with an argument for the existence of God. Mitch, can you hear us? You're on SkepTalk with Erika and Blitz.
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Hey, man. It's going.
It's going.
It's going. It's this time.
I have an argument that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I have an argument that you maybe have not heard before on here, but you're obviously familiar with Christianity, which got its start in sort of the first century Jewish sect, anti-rabbinical. There was a different first century Jewish anti-rabbinical sect at the time. Are you familiar with Gnosticism?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think the Gnostics have a pretty pretty reasonable argument for the existence of God. Basically, that he's an evil entity and that we are trapped in this material universe. I think it explains things like suffering. I think it explains why, it seems like bad people kind of get ahead in the world. Yeah, that's kind of my argument.
Have you considered all of the beauty and love in the world, though?
Yeah, so I think the beauty and the love in the world is actually, from what I can think about, is really just from people.
Have you seen a rainbow? Yeah,
but it's people kind of who have to appreciate that kind of stuff. Animals aren't going to do it. Rocks aren't going to do it.
That's not quite true. Other animals do engage in altruism and they engage in virtue towards one another. They establish moralities or proto-moralities. They exhibit kindness towards one another, even if it's not guaranteed to be reciprocated. I mean, they comfort each other. They reconcile. Yeah. They do a lot of kind things.
Yeah. I'm sure a bee, and a flower, appreciate each other and they kind of get along and stuff like that.
I'm meaning more specifically elephants, right? Or other apes or whales or crows. They exhibit the types of kindness that humans exhibit towards one another. They'll risk their lives to save an unrelated group member.
I guess, but I mean, if you look at like the whole of nature, it does seem pretty rough.
No, it's brutal. I just agree with Blitz that there's also a lot of beauty and compassion in it too.
In fact,
Yeah.
it seems like it's
But do
not
you think that
directed
would
by anything that has
invalidate?
moral agency.
Sorry, can you say that again?
It seems like nature, the world that we live in, is not directed by anything that has moral agency. It seems like if you look hard enough, you can find love and beauty in it, and if you seems like it seems like if you look hard enough, you can find, cruelty and suffering in it. It seems like that these are both prevalent things, basically exactly as much as you would expect if the universe didn't care one way or the other.
Yeah, I kind of get back to like the idea, so I also don't believe in free will. So like we could have all this, the universe and stuff without awareness, without the need to experience the suffering and all that kind of stuff. Like the reason for that to be built into it seems to be something, an evil entity would do if you could create. Like I mean, I guess I don't view God necessarily as like a fully, like it's not doing evil for evil's sake. It's like a kid lost in the woods who's kind of scared, like smashing his action figures together sort of thing. Like a lost, scared child God, that the
But then why would
Gnostics
you
had
think
kind
such a thing exists at all?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question.
basically to explain why like we have this awareness at all.
How does that explain, like, if this is like a lost kid in the wood, just like smashing stuff around and kind of confused and scared, why would that indicate that that it would be likely that we would have awareness or consciousness at all?
Well, under my worldview, we have consciousness so that we can, like, the reason we're here, it's not to control things, and it's not to, like, we are at the whims of this God. It's to basically teach God a lesson that, like, if all we can do is control our, like, attention, and we focus on virtues and love and stuff, like, that's all the stuff that this evil God hates. You know,
Why would the evil God create us in such a way that we would want to do things that he hates?
He didn't create us.
Oh,
we kind of slipped in through another way.
How did we get here?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that. That's why, like.
So then, what does the God do?
The observable universe, the material universe, is what this God does.
How do you think we got
here?
So
it started at a hot, dense state. I don't know what happened before that. If there was a before that, probably not.
Yeah. Well, so how would you tell the difference between a malevolent God being in charge of stuff, the demiurge? I think that's the word in Gnosticism.
Yeah.
How would you tell the difference between the demiurge being at play versus there just not being anybody behind the wheel at all, and good things happen and bad things happen, and sometimes they happen to good people and sometimes they happen to bad people, but there's not really anybody, sort of behind the mask there. You know what I mean? How do you tell the difference?
Yeah. Yeah, it's similar, like, because I don't believe in free will, like, there's no need for us to be behind the mask either, Like, so we're here for some reason, this process of experience that, so yeah, to explain that essentially, like, I think we could have all of the same material universe and stuff without this experiential process just as easily.
But that feels just like a grimdark version of an all-loving God. Like that feels just like, well, bad things happen.
Yeah, but doesn't that make more sense with reality?
Well, it doesn't make more sense to me than there just not being anybody behind the wheel. Like, I don't know why we need to appeal to agency for the state of things at all. That's where I'm at. Like, could there be? Sure, but is there a reason to think that there is my question.
Yeah, I guess it does kind of boil down to, like essentially, I guess, an attempt to try to explain why consciousness in a material universe, like, to me, there's like a bit of a separation, like.
Well, but look, I thought you said that humans aren't that I thought you said that the demiurge wasn't responsible for the origin of humans. That we kind of slipped through. In which case, the demiurge doesn't explain why humans have consciousness.
The demiurge is responsible for all of the material world, the material universe.
Right.
But the sort
so
of
then what explains our consciousness? What explains that in your worldview?
That is like a different entity that exists, that the demiurge also sprang from.
Okay, so why do you need the demiurge at all?
Like that, to explain the material universe.
But
and why
couldn't
it's so
the thing
cruel.
Look? So if this entity can give rise to both the demiurge and human consciousness, why couldn't this entity just be responsible for the material world and human consciousness? And why are we now supposing that there's two divine beings when you could explain the same thing with at most one divine being and at minimum 0 divine beings?
Yeah. So I'm sticking with one for like the material universe, observable universe, like, you know, hot dense state. There's a
Mitch,
sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to get this off my chest before I forget it, and then, you know, it's all you. To me, this feels like, you know, me and my buddy sitting around, we're having a couple of beers, and we're like, damn, wouldn't it be crazy if, you know, there was just like a God but evil, and that's why suffering exists? Like, this feels like an explanation for something that doesn't necessarily require one. And for me personally, I like to believe things or accept things because there's evidence to support it, not just because it does make sense in a vacuum. Like, I'm not sitting here saying that the demiurge doesn't make sense. Like, it isn't a way to explain the state of things. But you have to have evidence to support a model as an explanation. You know what I mean? And that's what I think is lacking here. A reason to believe that there is an agent behind all of this at all. So that's what I'm looking for, personally.
Yeah, I guess it does kind of, the reason is to explain sort of why there would be a need to suffer consciously to begin with. Like why the material universe would have conscious beings come along who experience suffering. So certainly a good God, I think, you know, wouldn't create that sort of world.
Arguably, most of the beings arguably most of the beings in the material world are not conscious. Did we just lose Erika? Haha, so. This is the Blitz show now.
Erika, no. Your camera.
Hold on. What happened? What happened?
Your camera just pooped out. Look, Mitch,
okay, hold on.
Arguably, the vast majority of organisms that live in this universe are not conscious and have no conscious experience at all. And so there is no conscious suffering. There are a few. These would be like the animals, perhaps with more developed brains, that do have suffering, do experience suffering. But it's not clear to me why this can't just be found in, a physical evolutionary process. It's not clear at all why we need a entity to give us that consciousness.
Yeah. I mean, I also think like awareness in a sense is sufficient for consciousness. So like at a very, 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 very basic level, you know, because rocks can feel gravity, there is a difference between an internal state and an external state kind of environment, like container kind of. But yeah, I don't know. To me, like if you want to try to come up with arguments to explain why we're here and just not nothing, I guess fundamentally it is going to kind of just boil down to that problem of like consciousness and where it comes from.
To be clear, your model doesn't explain where consciousness comes from. It just pushes the buck back one step.
Is there a good explanation for where consciousness comes from? Like I know, like
I would say that the
debate.
I would say that the problem.
Like neurology.
I would say that the hard problem of consciousness has not been resolved, but there is no sense in which theism of any kind resolves it either.
Yeah. It does give ethical reasons, though.
I don't see how it gives us. Look, we're trying to figure out, at least from my understanding, is that you're trying to figure out or come up with a good explanation for why we have conscious experience. But your explanation just says we have conscious experience because this other thing gave us conscious experience. But that doesn't explain why we have it. Why did that other thing give it to us? Where did it come from?
We could also say that like the bully on the playground, pushes you over because he's evil. That is a reason as to why he does that. But we have to have evidence to actually support that in order for it to be true. You know what I mean? Like an explanation isn't the explanation on its own. It has to have support for it. I know I keep repeating myself and coming back to that, but it's like I feel like that's what we're stuck on. Like from my perspective, Mitch, you're like, okay, this makes things explicable. This makes suffering explicable. This makes consciousness explainable. But I don't really think it does. I think it's just kind of you being like, this could explain it, and it's like, okay, sure, it could, but like, why do you think that? Outside of just it's a fun idea. You know what I mean? Like you gotta have a reason for it, I think, unless you're just, shooting the shit with us, which is also fine.
I guess ultimately, yeah, like there's sort of an ethical consideration, I think, to it too, that like, I think this tyrant created this material world and trapped me in it. I don't have any control over it. All I can really do is like choose, to look at the good and things and be virtuous, quote unquote, be, that kind of stuff. So like, but I do that kind of stuff to spite this creator who's put me in this, who's trapped me in this reality. You know what I mean? Like by living out the goodness, the good of, the virtues and love and all that kind of stuff, the ethics, we're sticking it to this tyrant authority, I think that does kind of give a good reason to be good. If we're trapped in this material world by an evil creator and it wants us to be greedy and be selfish and all that kind of stuff, and all we can do is, choose not to do that, then that gives a pretty good a good reason.
It doesn't give us a good reason to think that this evil dictator God exists, though.
That's where the problem is. Do you want to maybe mull this over for a little bit, Mitch,
and world a little bit?
Call back another time? Because I think, I don't know. I feel like we're running in circles. Unless, Blitz, do you have an avenue you want to take this down?
No,
I feel
there is no avenue.
Yeah, Mitch, I feel like we just keep going back and forth of Blitz and I saying, we want to have the demiurge is an interesting idea. What evidence you have to support it? And you're kind of just like, I don't know, it makes sense. That's where I'm coming from. So I think since we do have a couple of other callers waiting on the line, like quite a few actually, maybe mull this over, call back, and we can hash out some more then. Chill?
Okay, yeah. All right, thanks.
Sweet. Thanks, man. Take care. Stand up to the demiurge in the meantime. Fight back.
Or don't.
Okie dokie. Okay, do you think we just go down the list? That's all our theist callers for now. So maybe we just start at the top, or do you want to go bottom up here?
Yeah, we can start at the top. I mean, like, some people have been waiting for quite a while. It's just a question of how interesting that'll be.
Yep.
We'll just have to be good about cutting people off and ending it if it's boring.
Okay, sounds good. I'm incapable of doing that. The only thing that can force my hand is when I feel like genuinely there's nowhere else to go with the conversation. All right, let's see.
I will just get bored at some point, so I might just, I mean, like, if I just accidentally hang up on somebody, it's just a slip of the finger.
Take the reins, dude, all you. We got first up, Nick from Wisconsin. Nick has a shared death experience with a personal experience, which I'm interested in. Nick, what's up? Can you hear us? Thank you for waiting so long.
Hi, Erika and Blitz. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for waiting. Tell us about your shared death experience. Yeah.
All right. My sister and I had an experience at our mother's deathbed. Both of us reject the supernatural, but we're completely convinced that we didn't imagine it. It kind of sits between physics and anthropology, so I thought it was good for the two of you.
Mm.
So both of us have extemporaneous notes, so I'm not taking it from memory. I'm just shortening the notes that we have. Anyway, we were sitting on my mother's deathbed. We're on either side of her, and we knew the end was close. My sister had her hand on my mom's heart, and I had my hand on her hand. I saw a mist or a steam at my sister's chest, and I tried to blink it away. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. We'd been up a while. It's a long vigil. I ignored it. And then a few seconds later, it moved to her shoulder. Same kind of steam, misty look. Then she took 3 to 5 more breaths and passed. After that, my sister said, she's like, "Did you feel that?" And I said, "No, not linking that at all with what she was talking about." But then she said that she felt mom's heart stop. Then she felt a strong pull in her chest towards mom and towards the sky. And that went on for several seconds. Then she felt it release like a slingshot and like a ripping off sensation. And then she had instant calm. And then she saw hazy smoke by mom's shoulder. And I said, "Like steam?" And she said, "Yes." Because I realized then that what we saw was I saw the steam by her chest while she felt something in her chest. And then we both saw it at the shoulder. I'll pause. Got a hypothesis, but I'm interested in non-supernatural explanation, if you have one for me.
Well, let's consider the supernatural explanation first, actually. That it's some sort of soul, some sort of, non-material essence of humanity. Well, look, if this is something that you can see, because there's a mist or something like this, or a steam, then that means that it interacts with the electromagnetic field, because you can't see things that don't interact with the electromagnetic field. And if it interacts with the electromagnetic field, that means that it's charged, which means that it's made of stuff that has charge. So then we'd be talking about some sort of physical thing that you could find in a person. If this is indeed a soul, it can't be a physical thing that's made of presumably some sort of matter that has charge. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see it. So whatever it is you were seeing, if this is an accurate description of what you guys both observed, of course, death is going to be very traumatic, but supposing it is, it was some sort of physical thing. It must be, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to see it.
Yeah, and that's where I was thinking. Go ahead, Erika.
Yeah, you go ahead, Nick. You go ahead, Nick. I was gonna add something here, but I'm gonna think on it for another minute. You continue. I don't want to do things.
One way I was thinking to discuss with you was, maybe it's like a final electrochemical systemic failure, like some kind of energy release that, given the right conditions of where you are, could manifest in a certain way. This is, as I researched into this a little more, because I never really heard of this shared death experience, the mist and the pulling or pushing sensation is pretty common. And then the other angle for you, Erika, like I was thinking, I came away thinking, could this potentially natural real thing, if it was real, be a basis for the idea of a soul or other things? Because it certainly felt, while I don't go that way with it, it felt like something that could be a basis for that, if it's a thing that's shared by others.
I think that death is very, as Blitz said, it's very traumatic, it's very scary, it's very sad. In some ways, it can be, under very specific, bizarre circumstances, it can be relieving, which can cause guilt, right? Like, it is a very involved process that is universal to everything that is alive, and anything that is social and cultural has a bizarre relationship with it. It wouldn't surprise me the slightest bit if weird experiences around death that are unexplainable to our current understanding have led to people positing things like souls, or have led to the very specific and particular burial and mourning practices that exist in different cultures, right? I think you're dead on with that. I think that's probably true. But that doesn't really answer the question about, like, okay, well, what happened? And my first question was a little bit of a different angle from where Blitz went with this, which is that if this is something that's physical, or even something that's supernatural, why isn't it universal? Why doesn't it happen in every death? And why, when people have tried to research, throughout the decades and centuries, the soul leaving the body at the moment of death, why don't they pick up on anything concrete? And maybe it's for a reason that we don't understand. Maybe this is an area that we don't understand very well, and maybe it is explicable under some facet of science that we just don't have a firm grip on yet. I don't know enough about that to say, and that might be something further down the line. But I think there's a big difference. I say this a lot when we have interesting cryptid or poltergeist or alien type encounters that people call in with them, because I think they're super interesting. I don't think you have to have an explanation that is perfect to say to just admit when you don't know something. And I certainly don't think not having a perfect explanation means that we should jump to any given extreme, right? Like if you have a weird experience in the woods, that doesn't necessarily mean it was a cryptid. It doesn't necessarily mean it was aliens. If a door inexplicably slams in my house and there's no one there, it could mean there's a ghost, or there's another 100,000 explanations that it could also be just the perfect interactions of pressure and temperature and blah, 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 right? I think we should be comfortable with having weird things happen to us sometimes and not knowing exactly what their cause is. And that's just a part of being alive,
Can you imagine living like 500 plus years ago? The amount of things that we now can explain and just don't seem weird anymore. Like when you rub your socks on carpet and then you touch a metal door handle and it hurts.
Yeah.
They had no idea why this happened 500 years ago.
Or when you lift your quilt up in the night, and if you've been wearing woolly socks, you see lights because of it's the static of your blanket.
There's so much that we know now that would be so weird if we didn't know anything. But we know a lot. We know a lot now. We still don't know everything, but we do know quite a lot. For example, the example that you gave, if it really happened, which perhaps it did, perhaps it didn't. It's physical. Whatever it is, it's physical because we know what it means to be able to see something now. We don't have to rely on whoever Leibniz's theory of light, where your eyes send out beams, and we know how light works. We know how seeing things works. So we can still come to conclusions. We can still rule things out, even if we can't figure out exactly what it is.
Yeah, I actually think that's a critical point. It's like you are able to rule things. That's so key. We can rule things out without needing to know specifically what happened, right? So can we rule out the possibility here that, your mother's soul left her body and you observed it in some way and it slingshotted, into the heavens? No, we can't rule that out, right? But one, we have to have reason, I think, to pick that over everything else. We have to rule a lot of other stuff out, I think, first to say, okay, this is the best explanation on the table. But also, again, presuming that this is that you're telling this correctly. I have no reason to believe that you're not. It's just perception can be weird sometimes. There are a lot of really interesting and strange stories of people around their loved ones at death. And they sort of all have, if they're all true, they all have to be reconciled with one another too. I think, I don't know, there's stuff that we can't explain that is measurable in science and in sociology and / psychology specifically, that I think we're going to figure out more about in the future, but at present seems a little bit woo, right? Like the placebo effect, I think, is a great example. It's like the placebo effect does work, and we're not really sure why, right? Like why is it that you can take a placebo and have some measurable benefit under certain medical conditions, sometimes even when you're told it's a placebo, right? Like why is there any benefit at all to that? I don't know the answer to that. Does that mean that we need to go to the woo, to the supernatural? No, I don't think so. But there are still areas. The reason I'm bringing this up is because that's something that strikes me as very weird, that probably is going to have a reasonable explanation for it in the future, that this might, many near-death experiences or shared death experiences might fall into as well. Does that make sense where I'm coming from with that?
Yeah, I found a very recent study from 2023 from Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, so it's like a legit source.
Oh, PNAS. Love PNAS.
Talking about surge of neuropathological coherence and connectivity in the dying brain is what it's called. It's just about a surge of energy at death from your brain. made it kind of, interesting. They weren't looking for shared death experiences or anything, but interesting to look at that kind of,
I mean, as another
studies.
concrete example, just to, toot my own cosmology/physics horn, like dark matter, we don't know what it is, but we know it's not fairies, right? Like we can rule things out without knowing, without ruling everything in, is what I'm saying. And so I think in this case, we could rule out the existence of a supernatural soul because you could see it.
Yep, good point. Thank
If
you both.
it is like a soul type thing, then it would have to be a soul type thing that is somehow measurable. Can you imagine how wild that would be if
That'd be
actually
crazy. Also, it would mean that
there is
physicists
a
could start
way.
examining souls.
Yeah, exactly. Like if there was a way to like all these people have been trying to get the moment of the soul leaving the body all of this time. Like what if it turned out that it's like, okay, well there is some kind of measurable release and we haven't been measuring it the right way. It's like, okay, like that if that happened, I wouldn't be bowled over. I wouldn't be like, wow, that I refuse to believe that. I'd be like, that's crazy. Maybe it does have something to do with what you're talking about here, Nick, with this 2023 paper where it's like you're measuring some kind of energy release that happens at death. Or
would it be
maybe
ethical?
it is a soul. I don't know, whatever. But it's like,
would it be ethical to put solons in a particle accelerator? Because that's what physicists would want to do. Just take the soul particles and smash them together and see what comes out.
Happens. I consent to that, by the way. You can capture my soul post-death and put it in a particle accelerator.
Donate your soul for science.
Yeah, you guys can try that.
Noted.
But like, there's weird things that happen too, like sociologically, I guess just socially even around death. Like there are many people report strange happenings and events or whatever around the death of a loved one, and sometimes it's more than one person. I don't think we need to appeal to something supernatural to explain that, right? Like humans are really our social bonds are really powerful. And given given what we know about the state of our psyche's ability to actually impact our physical well-being and even our perception, it wouldn't surprise me if something like that was at play in some of these situations where just mass grief impacts people and causes shared experiences. Yeah, again, like I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that you definitely didn't witness your mother's soul leave her body. I can't say that. I don't know that to be the case. I just think that that's not necessarily what we need to jump immediately to.
Yeah. Oh, and I don't think that's the case either. To be clear, like I think I think it really happened, whatever it was, and it's biological and it's some kind of release,
like explicable.
Not agent, not a You had a very good point though, Blitz. I love what you said, that if it is measurable, it's not supernatural. So that would be if it's a soul is natural then.
Again, like wouldn't that be crazy?
It would be so cool. Like people are always like, well, would you believe in ghosts? Do you just think that ghosts are not real? I'm like, look, I don't think that supernatural ghosts exists, but if like some sort of physical afterlife exists that we can like, what do you mean? Of course I'm going to be spending all of my time trying to figure out how the photon interacts with the solon and like, developing the renormalized theory of like soul chromodynamics or something. Like, of course I'm going to. That'd be so cool.
Man, and we know too historically that like people can experience like weird mass hallucinations or whatever. I'm not saying that's what happened with you here, Nick, but like there are cases where people influence one another in what they perceive. So it could be that you guys both, it could be a combination of multiple things too, where it's like you did perceive an actual biological thing, but also because it's so novel, you almost perceive it in a strange way, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Sweet. Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Nick.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, very interesting. Thanks for being here.
Yep, appreciate it.
Take care, man.
Yep, bye.
Somebody in the comments writes, I heart penis.
You know that, well, just a second. I realized the other day, I was like, Proceedings of the National Academies of Sciences. I was like, wait, penis. That's, oh my God. Why did they
so funny.
Why didn't they mull that over? Like, clearly they were like, oh, it's a proceeding. It's the National Academy of Science Journal, and it's a proceeding. So,
yep.
penis, it's fine. Like,
of course. It wasn't fine. It
wasn't
will never
fun.
not. I submitted a paper there. It got rejected because apparently they don't like math papers. But anyway, I submitted a paper there, and I'm just hoping that I can put PNAS on my resume.
Oh my God. Wouldn't that be
It's so
incredible?
good. It's my lifelong dream at this
Wouldn't
point.
that be amazing? Yeah, that's actually the only reason to apply.
Honestly.
I'm kidding. There are a lot of cool papers that come out of there, but you're right. They don't like math stuff very much. I don't
Yeah,
see
there are a
math
few
stuff
papers that
often.
pop up, but it's not often.
Yeah.
Well, we do have another guest, this one from the blazing hot state, which I am unfortunate enough to live in, called Arizona.
You.
Should we bring on Ryan?
Let's do it.
Might have some
We
interesting
got
questions for you.
Ryan, who I just almost burped. We got Ryan from Arizona, pronouns he, him. Ryan's an atheist and wants to talk about the evolution of music hardwired in our brains. Ryan, welcome to SkepTalk. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Sweet. What's up? Tell us
Oh.
about your question.
I just find it really fascinating. Like, I couldn't quote the exact study, but they apparently like tested young children and infants. The brain reacts to music differently than it does when you're speaking words to a child.
Yeah.
Which is like to say that like your brain inherently recognizes music as being music before you even realize that words or that make up languages or whatever, there's not that cognitive dissonance, and that's really fascinating. And I've done a little bit of research. Like music goes all the way back to like Neanderthals and like Homo erectus and all this. And it's fascinating again to think that music has been in our DNA so long that it's like ingrained itself into our psyche.
So I have something interesting to tell you to that point. I bring this up every time, but I always forget her name, so I just looked it up so I could remember it. Do you know the story about Gabby Giffords? Ryan?
Yeah,
She was your senator, I think, right?
Yeah, she was a senator in Arizona for a while.
Yeah, so she survives an assassination attempt, right? She gets shot in the head, which is insane. She survives.
She got shot in my city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man,
and she's like coherent and like functioning as an adult.
So this is what's so interesting. So the area of the brain that she was shot in was actually the area of the brain that's responsible for speech. So she could understand speech, but she couldn't actually produce it. I always forget if it's Broca or Wernicke's region that's speech production. I think it's Broca that's production. Broca versus Wernicke, 1 second. Broca's speech production. Nailed it. Yeah, her Broca's region was like annihilated by the bullet. But what's really cool is that the region of the brain that's responsible for speech production is not the same region of the brain that's responsible for music production, for singing. And so even though her Broca's region was annihilated by this bullet, thus speech was incredibly difficult for her, she was able to reteach herself how to speak by singing and reversing it into speech, basically singing staccato, like really truncated and abbreviated.
Oh, yeah, that is really cool.
Yeah, which means, right, that music and speech they have two completely different evolutionary origins. Now, this makes sense if we look at primates as a whole and if we look at animals as a whole, because singing or music has evolved multiple times in multiple different lineages as a means of communication, specifically as a means usually of trying to woo a mate, of courtship, right? In birds, in specific insects, in whales, in different primate groups. So it makes sense that this would be decoupled from language, which is something that is, insofar as we know, in its current form, unique to humans. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
I think that's super
like
cool.
So cool.
But to answer your question, music does seem to be really old. Understanding rhythm, understanding melody to some degree. Although what's interesting is that my understanding is that your appreciation of music actually depends on the pitch in which you vocalize, right? So a marmoset is not going to enjoy the same type of music that a human enjoys because marmosets speak at a much higher pitch than we speak.
So what animal would be most likely to enjoy music like human music?
I don't know. It's a great question. And people have been trying to answer this question because there are a gazillion anecdotal accounts out there of animals. Like people will take their guitar, to the zoo and play for different animals and then see how they react. And it's hard for scientists to be able to what's the word I'm looking for? To decouple. That I used that word earlier. To parse, maybe, to tease apart whether or not these animals are enjoying the music or the presence of a person, because that's stimulating and interesting. And when people show up, they get stuff, right? So that was kind of tricky for a while. But then there are cases of people reporting wild animals enjoying their music and coming back just to listen to music absent of any food reward. So it's like clearly there's something
like elephants.
Yeah, like elephants. Elephants can drum, right? There's this video that I love that I've used in a video before of this woman who takes a little drum to the elephant enclosure and she drums at a specific beat, and the elephant vocalizes in this like really high pitched. It sounds joyous, right? I know that's me anthropomorphizing it a little bit, but it sounds excited. And then the elephant reaches her trunk through and grabs the mallet and starts beating the drum at the same cadence, right? Or at the same tempo as the person did, right? Because it's like they understand that this is what we like, and whether or not they like it or they're just imitating it because they want to please us, it's hard to tease these apart. But there's something there. There's something there. I watched this video of this person in their cockatiel the other day, and their cockatiel like very specifically likes a couple of songs and like freaks out if they don't get to listen to that song. And when they play that song, they like bob to the beat.
I love watching cockatiels dance. It's like enormously cute.
They love it. I mean, I know, again, it sounds like anthropomorphization, and it's hard to know what about it they love specifically, but I think we'll end up narrowing it down, especially by like playing around with the pitches and seeing, like, putting it on their level, the types of, within the range of their they're within their comfortable hearing range. Anyways, does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, that's again, that's super interesting, and it's actually quite odd. It's really cool that I get to talk to you because I've been thinking about this for like a few weeks now, and I never get the opportunity to call because I'm usually asleep because I work third shift.
Yeah. Well, happy to help. We'll learn more about it. Call back in like 5 years, and then we'll see where we're at.
The one thing for Dr. Blitz is destroy Mercury, liberate Venus.
Damn.
Cringe Mercury destroyers. Destroy Titan, remove all of its oil, liberate it, and then bring all of that fossil fuel back to Earth. Let's go. Maybe
yum
not Titan,
yum.
maybe it's
I love oil. I love liberating other areas for their resources.
Look, it formed naturally. Plants didn't even have to die to make it.
I love that for them. Couldn't be us.
Couldn't be us.
Take care,
Ryan,
my friend.
I was just going to say thank you so much for being here. Goodbye.
Bye, Ryan.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, last up. This is just for Blitz. We got Bill from Pennsylvania. Bill's an atheist, pronouns he, him, and Bill says, for Dr. Blitz, presumably, because I can't answer this question, does time truly stop in the middle of a black hole? Bill, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Can
you
you
got
hear
Dr.
me?
Blitz.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
So,
yeah, that's
Bill,
the essence of my question. Yeah, we listened to you and Justin and Ian and you. I've come to accept that time
on the show that
was
shall
never
not be named.
created. Some other show.
Yep.
That time cannot be created, and that certainly God didn't create time because, well, whatever, the argument. But does it just go away when you approach the speed of light? Which, of course, we can't do, but we could be stuck in the middle of a black hole. And if I took a clock with me that was ticking away here on Earth, and I'm in the middle of a black hole, what is the clock going to do? It's not going to stop, is it? Or is it?
So the reality is, unfortunately, time is relative. This is hence the name relativity, right? But the point is that if you're carrying a clock with yourself, so long as you exist, you will never see the clock's rate of ticking change. It will always appear to tick normally for you. Now, what might be the case is that somebody else might look at your clock and be like, huh, Bill's clock is ticking at a different rate from mine, but you will never see your own clock slow.
Okay, all right. So time does not stop in the middle of a black hole.
Okay, so it's not clear. So if it's true,
it's just unanswerable. We just don't have an answer.
So if it's true that singularities do exist, which I highly suspect they don't, but suppose it is true, then if you fell into just the right kind of black hole, a black hole that's not rotating at all, then as you got to the singularity, time would stop, but so would you. So you would still never have the experience of time stopping because you would cease to exist, as well as the clock would. Now, from another person's perspective, they would see you. Well, no, we don't, certainly. From another person's perspective, they would see you fall in, but they would never see you pass the event horizon anyway, so they would never see you disappear. So there's not a situation, even if singularities are real, there's not a situation, assuming the singularity, the cosmic censorship hypothesis is true, there's not a situation where anyone would ever see somebody else's clock stop, like actually stop or disappear. And you would never see it stop or disappear. So, for all intents and purposes, there's never a case where time stops.
Okay. I can't really intuit that. Tell me about it. Seems, but I'll accept your answer.
Sorry, I know a lot of this stuff gets very weird very quickly.
Yeah. To completely change the subject, are cockatoos, when they're responding to their favorite song, are they actually keeping the beat, or are they keeping their own beat? Are they actually bobbing up and down to the beat of the music, or are they just excited and they just start moving at a, you know what I mean?
I don't know the answer to that. In the videos that I've seen, I feel like I see both. I feel like sometimes they're bobbing along to the beat specifically, and then sometimes they're just hype and they're just doing more of an erratic movement and erratic dance. In the elephant example, it was explicitly to the beat because there was no background music, right? Like a human did a tempo and then the elephant did the same tempo. But I don't know. Like
I saw that.
We're not in their heads, right? Like we don't know what they're up to. And I don't know if it's been systematically looked at, like all birds dancing, like, okay, what percent is actually with the tempo of the music and what percent is just they're hyped. I don't know.
This reminds me of Alex, the African gray parrot.
Yeah.
Bill, have you heard the story about Alex?
Sure. Yeah.
So, for those who haven't, Alex was a African gray parrots lived forever, or not forever, but a very long time. And this woman basically had Alex as a pet / companion / science experiment for like 50 years or something, or 30 years. And this parrot seemingly was able to have like actual conversation, was able to understand seemingly many words, process language, like actually form unique sentences and so on. And it makes me think, like, how different is Alex from an LLM? Right? Was Alex actually having like forming thoughts? Was there like something going on in there? Or was it just kind of repeating back what Alex kind of learned to repeat back and, make connections in a way that we wouldn't identify with like having coherent thought? It's I imagine if Alex was still alive, which he's not. If Alex was still alive, I wonder how Alex would react to music.
I
Can we ask him?
I always struggle with this because when I was getting my master's, we had an entire unit that was just on theory of mind, because for a long time there was this debate about like, okay, do other animals have theory of mind? Theory of mind being the ability to put yourself in the shoes of someone else, to know what information someone else has access to and to act accordingly. And this is considered to be like a prereq for the type of consciousness that humans exhibit. And so this was thought for a while to be like, okay, well, it's unique to humans, full stop. But the more we've investigated it, the harder it is to actually draw this line in the sand and say, okay, like this is the degree that humans have it, that others don't. And like when you say maybe Alex is behaving similarly to an LLM, my immediate thought is, but we have LLMs behave kind of like us.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So like, so if is it all just response stimulus? Is it all complicated response stimulus?
In which case, LLMs may as well be conscious.
That's exactly the problem, right? Is that it's like, where do you draw the line and why do you draw it there? I don't know. It's a tough question to answer, and it hinges a lot on how we define things. My fail-safe with all of this is just to be like, okay, I think a lot of things exhibit consciousness, and I think it's all on a continuum. Like, I don't think there's some type of consciousness that humans exhibit that is outside of the bounds of everything else. At least I've not seen anything to support that notion. But, I think, like, the reason I bring this up is because we read this one paper that was on crow caching. So the ability of crows to like cache their food and like how they cache their food when somebody's observing, like when there's another crow watching.
Yeah, they hide it, right? Or they fake hide it and then they hide it somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's this question of like, okay, using that behavior, can we parse whether or not they're exhibiting theory of mind or whether or not this is just response stimulus? And then the inevitable question becomes, well, what's the difference? What's the difference between a really complicated, like, adaptable response stimulus machine and theory of mind? I don't know. I don't know that there is one, right? So like how this plays a role in like the consciousness of other animals and the consciousness of ourselves and the consciousness of like LLMs or wherever that ends up going. Your guess is as good as mine.
I think that we need to find another Alex, and then we need to teach Alex all of these words, and then also just ask Alex whether or not the bird enjoys the music.
So what do you think, Alex? You're a bird. Do they like it? Do you?
Yeah, exactly. That's how we figure out if people like it.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I could prolong the conversation, but you have other callers, and you probably have a theist or two there, don't you?
We don't, but we do have super chats to get to.
We have many super chats to get to, and I have mac and cheese tea. Sad gluten-free mac and cheese, but still mac and cheese.
You know what I had for dinner? I'll tell you what I had for dinner in a second. Bill, thank you so much for being with us here tonight. Call back anytime, my friend.
Yeah. Do you have celiac disease condition, Blitz?
As of like 3 weeks ago, yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
Really?
It's really a bummer. Yeah.
You didn't know it till 3 weeks ago? Or you just
It's actually fairly common. It's actually fairly common. I guess like the most common age of diagnosis for celiac is between 30 and 50.
Oh, I thought it was childhood.
At least that's what my GI doctor said.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, good luck with that. Okay.
Take care.
Okay. Thanks, you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Bill.
You know what I had for dinner?
Tell me.
I had Popeyes for dinner. I haven't had Popeyes in forever.
The last time Go ahead.
I had Popeyes fried chicken, and then because we got our Popeyes, and I was like, this is so greasy. Like this is such a greasy meal. We got to have something better with it. So we decided to have a salad with it. But that's like, we walked into our local grocer and they have like this big sign that's like, none of our shit came from Taylor Farms. Do not worry. You will not get explosive diarrhea. So I rolled the dice. We'll see what happens.
Indeed we will. The first time I had Popeyes was actually in the Czech Republic because they opened up a Popeyes like in my city 2 months before I moved there. I never really ate much fast food. It was amazing. And then I had some after I moved back. I had some after I moved back. It was so shit compared. Sorry.
Okay.
It was so much better in Europe.
So to be fair, I'm also not a big fast food eater. The Popeyes that I had today is probably the first fast food that I've had since I was in Malaysia, which when Luke and I were in Malaysia, we were in an airport, like basically overnight. So there wasn't many options food-wise. So we resorted to getting BK. And I hadn't had Burger King in like a decade. I had BK in a Malaysian airport, and it was actually really good. It's
so much better.
I was like, wait, is fast food good abroad? And it's just
it really is. It turns out.
But my Popeyes was really good tonight. I will say that.
Okay, well that's good. Yeah, and now I can't have Popeyes, so
I know. I'm sorry to hear that. I can't believe that's a recent development. That sucks.
Honestly, the thing is like I don't even want Popeyes here. Like I had it once after I got back to the States. I'm like, this is kind of mediocre. Yeah. But if I was still living in Europe, I'd be pretty bummed. But I'm not. So I'm not too.
Yeah.
What do the British say? I'm not too bothered or something.
Yeah, no problem.
Anyway, we have super chats to read. Do you want to alternate?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll go first. We got Stomp 10 for $5. How do you respond if a creationist asks you, how does life come from non-life? And how does the recent abiogenesis breakthrough play into this? I assume this is talking about spud cell.
Gotta be.
The abiogenesis stuff. I did have a chance to look into this a little bit. So spud cell is one of those things where like it is genuinely a very interesting discovery, and I think it absolutely has a role to play in the conversation about abiogenesis, in that we were able to essentially assemble a cell using parts from using other cellular parts, right? Like we were able to build it from the ground up. From scratch is not, I don't think, a fair way to put it. From spud cell, my understanding is that we are using mechanisms that we already understand from other living organisms today to assemble it. However, it is super relevant to this conversation of abiogenesis because we know how this works, and we know that it is possible to take these various pieces, these various composite parts, and get life from them, which is in and of itself massive. However, I would not go around saying that spud cell is creating life from scratch in a lab, because we're not there yet. We will be there soon. And the moment we get there is the moment the goalposts will shift, because the goalposts are on wheels with abiogenesis and creationism in general. And it will simply become, well, a person, an intelligent agent had to put them together, therefore it doesn't count. Yep. It's like until you observe it, in a warm little pond or in a hydrothermal vent, places that are already crawling with life that would immediately annihilate anything that were to emerge ex nihilo, it won't count. Despite the fact that we also find the different parts in like very
like asteroids.
Yeah, in asteroids, in very abiotic environments. It doesn't matter to them. So what I would say is, if you're talking with a creationist, I would point out, one, that evolution it is related to abiogenesis, but abiogenesis is a separate thing from evolution. Evolution is something that happens to life, at least as we consider it, biological evolution. So I'd bring that up first and be like, okay, like, let's talk about evolution, and then we can talk about abiogenesis. Once you've got them on board with evolution, you can go over the more recent findings for abiogenesis, because I think we have a bunch of really good models that exist. We just don't know which one is right, if any.
And this is almost completely unrelated, but like so I live in Phoenix. It is 6:20 in the evening, and it is 111 degrees, which makes me think that if there is a God, that God did not design us to enjoy life, or if he had, he certainly wouldn't have allowed us to live in literal hell on earth.
Just a second. I'm hearing you on this, but I also want to recommend a video here. Abiogenesis.
Oh yeah, sorry for the interruption.
No, please. Your thing was better. I want to recommend my current favorite video on abiogenesis, which is by Phi the Neutrophil. It's called The Nearly Complete Story of Abiogenesis, and I think he provides a great overview, like, of the field as we currently understand it. So I'd watch that too. But mostly, if you're talking to a creationist, you need to get them on board with deep time and evolution before you even have a conversation about abiogenesis. Because the concepts are just, you got to lay that groundwork first.
All right, we have a $10 super chat from Ray Gatto. I have my tickets and trip all set up to RocketCon in Huntsville, just a few months away, and I'll leave the puns at home. I think that's for you, Erika.
Gatto. I think so. Hold on, wait. I'm trying to get my a funding queue. Okay, I found it. Sorry, I'd lost myself for a second. Ray Gatto. I love seeing Ray Gatto's PFP. That little kitty.
Right?
Different every time.
Is it really different every time?
I feel like it is. I feel like it's different every time I see it. Not different every time, because I think Ray Gatto's here a lot, but I feel like every time I see it, it's different. We have from Joshua Everett, 9887, Erika, or for $5, Erika can talk about nothing for a whole hour if she wants. Use guys, leave her be, hashtag team biology. That is true. I can talk about nothing for a whole hour if I want. I have that power. It's actually it's my class skill. So my class perk.
Ramble incoherently. Cool down of one long rest.
Yeah, cool down of one long rest.
We have Silly Spaghetti with the $5 super chat-ish. I honestly love the warm-up chatting. I'd definitely watch a SkepTalk talk show. Well, joke's on you. I think isn't this a thing that's being worked on or something like it?
Dude, I don't know, probably. Jimmy's always working on something
He's always
behind the
doing
scenes.
stuff, right?
There's always something happening. It wouldn't surprise me if it was. I don't know, Lux,
like
is there
SkepTalk episodes of the podcast, because we're going to be doing more with the podcast.
Yeah, there
Okay,
you
there you
go.
go. There you go. Yeah, that works. I was gonna say, if it's not, I'm sure it will be someday. From Zachary Novak, 2180, book recommendation, Father and Son by Edmund Goes, memoir by the son of the evangelical English zoologist author of Omphalos, depicts the familial impacts of Darwin and Christian deconstruction in the 1850s. I would love to read that. I'm kind of a freak for history of science right now, so I would enjoy that greatly. Philip Goes, the father in question here, Omphalos untying the cosmic knot, as it were, was like not super well received. People were like, "You just made it that way? Okay, that seems kind of lame." But I'd love to see the details of that.
And then we have from Fuffy442, please address Joshua Swarmadas's bullshit book about Adam and Eve existing alongside with primitive human species whom they bred with. I think this is for you.
Yeah, it's for me. I know Josh Blamadas. I actually really like Josh. He and I have interacted pleasantly a lot of times, and I've said this, I think, to him. If I haven't said this to him, I know he's at least seen it because we've touched base on this topic before. It's very just so, right? Like if you want to propose that, like a theistic evolutionist perspective and say that Adam and Eve were an ambiguous hominin, like as William Lane Craig proposes, he like arbitrarily picks Homo heidelbergensis, which like isn't even really a recognized taxon right now, but whatever. First of all, to me, that's leaps and bounds better than young Earth creationism. Like we can actually have a conversation about this. So I'll take that every day of the week, with a smile on my face. But that being said, the problem with this hypothesis is that very much like Mitch earlier, talking about demiurge, it's very just so. Is it possible that you could have had the primordial pair of Adam and Eve existing at some point in hominin history, and that all humans can trace their ancestry back to them, like a sort of mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam? Is it possible that they could exist and could have lived at the same time? Sure. That's possible. The time to most recent common ancestor could be distant enough in the past to a single pair that for whatever reason were contemporaneous, and like you could get all of modern human diversity from that. The problem is, one, mitochondrial Eve and Y chromosomal Adam do appear to live at different times. And two, even skirting around that, because I believe Josh knows that and has accounted for that, in this model, it's just too just so for my taste. Right? Like you can say that that's a possibility, but I think we have to have a reason to believe it outside of just it is copacetic with scripture. Again, I'll take that 10 times out of 10 over young Earth creationism. And at the end of the day, I will sit happily alongside scientists who think like this and do great work with them, because I know Christian scientists who do awesome work. But to me, for it to be compelling to me, you have to have a reason to believe it, not just a reason not to discount it. Hopefully that makes sense.
That's generally good advice.
We have from Where is Waldo for $2 Canadian. Everybody ready for a string of dog shit puns? Thank you, Where is Waldo. I concur with that. I know it's coming.
Literally the next super chat from Ray Gatto. We went to the theater last weekend to see a performance that was all about puns. It was a play on words.
That's so great, Ray Gatto. That's really awesome. I'm trying to think about ways that one could meet their end in a theater setting. What about one of those?
Abraham Lincoln did.
Mine was more whimsical though, not just. I wasn't just thinking about like getting blown away in the back. I was thinking about like, a trapdoor accident.
It's like the most famous death in a theater.
Yeah, but like that's not nearly as fun. Okay, probably, but I would posit that the second most famous would be like a Phantom of the Opera-esque, the whole theater burns down type of thing.
So I haven't seen Phantom of the Opera, but my understanding is the dude's just an incel.
He is. Yeah, no, he is.
Really a bummer.
That is the plot. No, that's completely the plot for sure.
Yeah.
And he's also just like a guy with like a birthmark on half his face, and he's like, "Don't look at me." It's very Ready Player One in that way.
Makes sense.
We have from Where Is Waldo? Question: why did the song do well in school? It took a lot of notes. Where's Waldo? All the goodwill that you previously had for calling out what was to come has gone out the window. I wonder how much. So sheet music is like notoriously thin.
Yep.
I wonder how many pieces of sheet music you could cram down someone's trachea before they would suffocate. We could try that. Where's Waldo? We could figure that out together.
Do the experiment. Maybe it'll go into penis.
They'd love that. They would eat that up.
It would be great. From Sacred. That's a good name. That isn't Forrest. What a blitz on my expectations. You're right. This is Tommy Valkai.
Tommy, this is actually Tommy's alternative, his alter ego.
Right, exactly. My name is actually Tommy Valkai. You will
That
never
one guy
catch
was
me.
right all along.
Yeah.
This is the long con. We've got also from Where Is Waldo? Amazing. Whoops. You know what? I should just skip you, honestly, Where's Waldo? I won't, but I should. What kind of band plays snappy music? A rubber band. This is a poor choice for you because this is such an easy entry into forcing you to leave your mortal coil by doing that thing that people do with watermelons and rubber bands, but with your skull. How many rubber bands could I wrap around your skull to get a nice
you're
Calvarian
coming up with
cut?
paper after paper for the Penis Journal.
I know. I'm literally giving them layups here, and I won't even include any math in my methods section. They'll love it.
Great. From Jesse Chappell. This is really awkward because it seems like Where's Waldo is sending super chats every other one, so you're gonna have to read all of them. But
No,
anyway,
I know that's what's happening. In fact, I don't even think that. I think Lux has organized it that way.
No, it does come. It does come in
anything.
order. So Jesse Chappell says Erika and Blitz are such a great pairing. Indeed, I think so too. So much better than just me alone.
No, I think I could solo this.
Yeah, you could. Maybe I don't know. I would be taking down rabbit holes left and right.
No, that's why I'm saying I couldn't solo it, because if it was just me, it would be unbearable. It would be actually unbearable for everyone. No one would ever get out of here. We've got from, hold on, make sure. Yeah, they're all the same theme too. Where is Waldo? That's really interesting. What's a blacksmith's favorite kind of music? Heavy metal. This shit is popsicle stick quality. You gotta.
It's actually not very good.
No, it's popsicle stick quality. This is what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I read this on a scribbler.
Probably.
Popsicle, because I've been eating scribblers a lot lately.
Yeah, it's a normal thing to do.
I really like them, and I really like that you can eat like 10 of them, and just it's fine because they're popsicles. Yeah. Like there's
You're just drinking flavored water that's cold.
Yeah, like there's sugar in them, but like you could just eat a lot of them, and it's okay.
Gets you hydrated,
Yeah, this is a problem though, Where's Waldo? Because like this, you're giving me like really easy methods here too. I mean, I take a anvil, like again, like a Tom and Jerry style, and just from a decent height, just let go.
I don't even know if it has to be quite a decent height, to be honest.
Yeah, that's probably true, but it would be for the effect that I would be going for.
If you want like a flattening, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking like a kersplat, Yeah,
definitely. But like if you just want to cause like a serious brain injury, like you could probably do it from like 2 feet.
Yeah, wait, hold on just a second. I need to highlight this. We got Guzman Jones in the comment section, member, saying I gotta eat banana popsicles. Ban Guzman Jones immediately. Banana popsicles I don't like them.
Wait, how do you feel about banana Laffy Taffy?
I actually don't mind the banana Laffy Taffy.
I
don't
really
mind the
good.
flavor of it as much.
I actually like it quite a lot.
I don't like it. It's not my favorite. I will tolerate it more than a banana popsicle, because a banana popsicle feels more like a mockery. A banana is not a juicy fruit. It's not the type of fruit that belongs in a popsicle. If you're going to put something in a popsicle, a very juicy type of treat, then the inspiration, in my opinion, needs to also bear juice, of which a banana has none. That's why a Laffy Taffy can get away with it, because it's quite dry.
Yeah. But I mean, at the same time, don't we have like banana juice? Isn't that a thing?
You put it in a smoothie, but you don't juice it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that'd be kind of gross if you juiced it.
And do you know what it does in a smoothie? It makes it less juicy. It thickens it up.
That's very true. It thickens
up the smoothie. You throw it in a smoothie to thicken it up. Yeah, I don't really like it.
Okay, what about banana flavored hard candies though? Because you juicing them up yourself, right?
You do, but there are also many hard candies that have a flavor that is not juicy. right? Like, because you're bringing the spit to the equation, you
Right.
can have like hard candies that are or candies in general, the what do you call them? The Bean Boozled. You can have like wet grass flavored Bean Boozled jelly beans. You know what I'm talking about?
I've never had wet grass flavored jelly beans. I can tell you that much.
You've never had you don't know about Bean Boozled?
No.
Okay, so
Is
it's
this like
this
a Harry
game.
Potter every flavor jelly bean thing?
It is kind of a secular ripoff of Harry Potter, yeah, a little bit.
It's a
Harry
secular
Potter's
ripoff of
already
Harry Potter.
secular.
Well, but
I'm
whatever.
making a joke. Let me be funny.
Oh, okay. Ha 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 ha! You're so funny.
It's like a thing where they have like a bunch of flavors in a little Bean Boozle pouch or whatever, and two jelly beans will look the same, but one of them is flavored like chocolate and then the other one is like dog shit flavor. And then you and your friend both eat them at the same time, and then whoever gets the gross
that
one
does
is like,
sound fun.
That's disgusting.
It
But
sounds
it's like
fun though.
you wouldn't infuse those flavors into a popsicle though, is what I'm saying.
Okay, got it.
Anyways,
yeah,
now that we've
so
gotten to the bottom of this.
we have $5 from HTZ 1123.5. Does it make sense to say that you could never get past the edge of the universe because if you are the farthest thing away, then you define the edge? There is no edge of the universe. This is very counterintuitive for a lot of people. There's an edge to the observable universe, but that's just roughly 46.5 billion light years away from wherever you happen to be at any one time. But as far as the whole universe is concerned, even if the universe has a finite volume, still no edge. At least we have no reason to think that there is such a thing. It's not. It probably doesn't even make sense to say that it would have an edge.
Again, not to toot my own horn here, but this is why biology wins the polls, because when physics is like answering questions, physics is like, here's a question that will break your brain, but then every question is like that. All of them are brain-breaking questions. Whereas in biology, it's like, what part of the cell helps it maintain homeostasis? It's
the mitochondria.
No.
That's the only organelle I know. Okay, I also know ribosomes.
I was going for the cell membrane because it keeps the barrier between it and the outer content, the non-cell content.
All right.
Whatever. I mean, I guess it helps you maintain homeostasis and that it helps you, power the cell. Anyways, we have, holy shit, it is like nonstop.
What were the odds that I would get the one genuine question in a sea of puns?
This is like, I mean, most of them are Where's Waldo, to be fair.
That's true.
Who will feel every nanosecond of my wrath once I finally hunt them down. But
you should be allowed to hunt Where's Waldo for sport.
Waldo. It's genuinely like 10 of them. Holy shit. Okay, let's get this over with. First, we have Jackie B. Quick. Why is the hypothalamus considered a player? Because it has a reputation for making a hormone. This is a sexist pun, Jackie Quick.
Misogynistic. Disgusting.
Banned for someone. Sounds like somebody didn't drink their respecting women juice before they made this joke. How should we do this? Maybe like
make them read like 300 books by Judith Butler.
300 books, but that won't kill them. How about I drop like a
crate
of Judith Butler books?
There you go.
You'd be crushed under the weight, or just the
irony.
Yeah,
being
exactly.
Crushed by the rejection of the patriarchy. That'd be perfect.
Oh wow. Okay, we'll go with that. I like that.
All right, that means that I have to read a pun now. Which, I hate significantly less than Erika does. So from Where's Waldo, what is a teacher's favorite kind of music? A classical... This is not good. Like, I am a connoisseur of puns. I quite enjoy a good pun. This is not good. You're just putting a hyphen to... Like, do you think that the word class and classical don't share a similar etymological root? Like, it's not even a pun. They just mean similar things.
Yeah, I just want to say I rest my case because we're watching enlightenment occur in real time here. We're watching Blitz experience the agony of joke after joke being paid for, and then of course he has to read them. I still have to hear them. And I don't know if you've been peeking ahead, they don't get better. Because
they really
all
don't.
of these from Where's
ahead.
Waldo today, all of them are the exact structure that I fucking hate, which is come up with the punchline first and then create an overly silly scenario to explain the punchline. You can do that with anything. It's really easy.
It only works plays on words and puns really are only clever when you're actually using a word that sounds like another word but shares nothing in common etymologically.
I know.
They have to have different roots.
I know. This version, you could be like, what is a butt's favorite facewear? Glasses, because it has the word asses in it, and asses and butts are the same thing. This is the level that we're at. Speaking of which, we have from Where is Waldo? What kind of music do geography teachers like country?
It's literally not even it's not even a joke, right? Because there's no pun here. That's what I'm
saying.
It's called country because it's about nations.
That's what I'm saying. I've been saying this for years on the show. They're all like this. Secretly, they're just variations on
No. There are good puns. There are like for example.
So few.
No. So like an excellent one that it's a classic, but it's something like, I sent my mom 10 jokes to see if I could get her to laugh, but no pun intended. Like, that's good. Because no pun intended is a phrase, but you can also break it up into no pun in the 10 that I sent did make her laugh. Like, that's actually good. Because there's a serious play on words happening. This is not a play on words. This is just a word. That's not even playful.
For me, this is an enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing, because I'd rather have an ally in this, but whatever.
Really struggling there, huh?
You can read the next one.
Okay. From Where's Waldo? With the, again, what is a rabbit's favorite kind of music? A hip. Okay. This is...
Pick any of them.
Disappointing. It's disappointing is what it is.
It's the same thing every time.
If I was your father, I would be disappointed, Waldo.
What's the state of Indiana's favorite type of music? Indie. Let me just, I'm going to, I will walk into traffic. It's all of them are like this. Okay, speaking of which, we have, see, it's always like this. We have from Where is Waldo, what's a playground's favorite kind of music? Swing.
It's literally called swing because it swings back and forth. That's literally why it's called that. It's the same word. There's no pun happening here.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Yeah, literally. Yeah, I'm watching. At least some of chat is like, okay, this is getting a little extreme.
And from Where's Waldo again?
Same thing.
What is the kite's favorite instrument? The strings. Yeah, they're literally the same object.
Because they have strings.
They have strings on them.
Well, what's a mountain's favorite kind of music? Rock. Like you could just do this with anything.
Listen, here's what I will say. Thank you for the money.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only reason we're reading them.
Whatever. I want you to know. This is a clear distinction. If this was my live stream, I wouldn't read them. I read them because I'm an employee of the line. I must.
You're being held hostage.
I am contractually obligated to read all super chats. As if I want to continue to do the fun part of the job, which is hosting, then I have to read the super chats too. If it were up to me, I would reject your money. I don't need your money. But I'm a good host, so I read them anyways. We have from Joe White. 4564. Actually, it's pronounced Zychron crystals. That's a deep cut.
I don't even know what this means.
This is like a very, 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 very old reference to somebody that I covered on my channel, like literally like 5 years ago. I don't even remember which creationist it was who was talking about how Zychron crystals prove creation, carbon and Zychron crystals. That's probably raw Matt. If you're still here, Joe White, tell me who it was. Maybe it was Neffy. I would love it if it was Neffy.
From the Atheist Mechanic, y'all are talking about cars, my wheelhouse. Pun intended, sorry, cuts and kip it.
That's literally...
At least they apologized.
No. The positive of this one is that it's relevant to the topic. Like, at least this has something to do with what we were talking about. Whereas Waldo is just churning slop. Just, I will say, I will take that type of slop over like AI slop. Like, at least human slop is better. I love human slop. That's the only positive.
Honestly, human slop is culture. That's what culture is, turns out.
There's an argument to be made for that. We have from God Sinner for $20. Thank you very much. Jimothy is proof that animals are too good for us and that God does not have anything to do with the world. Horses are another example. So many defects and strange evolutions. Give them all the scritch from Cara Kell. Unfortunately, too, horses are like mostly our fault. Like a lot of the problems with horses are because of us. They wouldn't have so many issues if we weren't like, what if this very robust little Highland steppe dwelling cutie, but bigger and more precarious, and if it breaks its leg, it dies. And it will also eat itself to death, and it can't vomit.
And sometimes you just have to stab them in the belly so that they can fart.
Yeah.
That's like crazy. That's
Sometimes-
like the solution.
Sometimes their toes will bear through their nails, their hooves, and like break through the hoof wall, and then
That's
they're
a fact I
standing
didn't want to know.
Yeah, it's really bad. For those of you out there who like are easily squeamish, especially people who don't like who have like trypophobia, like of all the holes, look up a hoof capsule. A foal's hoof capsule.
Oh, I've seen that. It's horrible.
Hate it.
It's like tentacles growing out of their legs.
I'm not like a very squeamish person, and I don't, I'm a little tryptophobic, but not super bad. But like that,
Lux, why would you do that?
I don't like that. What did Lux just do?
Look at the message that's being did. I didn't do that. Look at the message that on
Matt
the
Dillahunty.
In Discord. Oh my God! Matt paid money to send this in.
No,
No,
I don't
he
even think
didn't.
Matt paid money
I
for
just
that.
took it out of the chat.
Hold on, I need to see it. I need to see it myself. I'm trying to navigate back to my. Okay, there we are. Okay. Sans deity. I went to a zoo. It only had a single dog. It was a Shih Tzu. This is really tough for me because
It's actually pretty good.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
it is.
It's not. This is hard for me because I do know and respect Matt, and I'm gonna have to kill him. And that's
I actually like this. This is a quality pun.
That's hard.
This is actually a quality pun because this is a conflation of two different languages coming together to form a humorous arrangement. That's why it's funny.
Shit pun is what it is. It's not a shih tzu. It's a shit pun. They're all bad.
No, it's great. It's great. This is a good quality pun. Good quality pun. Look, I actually appreciate Matt for this. I know that Matt was doing it just to torture you, Erika, but I actually think it's good.
Next time Matt and I are together, he'll have forgotten this happened. I'll be like, hey Matt, maybe we go to the zoo real quick. Maybe I do a couple monologues. We'll go to the primate section. I'll do a couple monologues on the primates. Everyone will love it. It's gonna be great. We'll be walking along. Matt trips on my foot and tumbles directly into the lion pit because this is a zoo that has a lion pit. And then they devour him.
You're gonna pull a Harambe on Matt?
No, not Harambe. Oh my God, no. No, you keep his name out of your mouth there, Blitz.
They would shoot the lion.
No, it would happen too quickly. No, actually,
okay.
here's what would happen. Here's what would happen instead. We would fly to a much less we would fly to an ethically dubious zoo abroad.
Ethic dubious zoo. Love those.
There are several ethically dubious zoos. And when I say ethically dubious, I mean on the negative side, the safety protocol is very slim. But on the positive side, when people fall into animal enclosures, their reaction is usually like, well, that sucks,
I thought we were talking about
like,
ethically dubious zoos that like treat their animals poorly.
No, I'm talking about, I mean, unfortunately, these are usually one and the same because the attitude that usually doesn't end up shooting the animals when people fall in is also the same attitude that's like, well, you shouldn't have fallen in. Like,
yeah.
Those attitudes kind of go one and the same in my experience. Matt, we should visit like, where have I been that's ethically dubious? What's the worst zoo I've ever been to? I'll think on it. Let's go on a trip. We'll go on a trip. It'll be fun.
This sounds like someone's about to have something done to them. Anyway,
no.
I believe we have a $10 super chat from Makuma. Erika, thank you for your hard work. Your videos have taught me so much, and your animations are amazing. You've done an amazing job with the live call-in format. You're my favorite by far. Well, thank you, Makuma, for definitely talking about me in the show that I'm also a host in. Makuma?
Makuma, thank you so much for Blitz. Thank you so much for reading this wonderful super chat that's so complimentary to me. I'm really glad that you got to read that. Makuma, thank you very much. That's very, very sweet of you to say. I put a lot of work into the videos. It's a completely one-man operation. It's just me. So I'm really glad when people like it because I get to reap all of the rewards. And those animations take forever. So I'm glad you enjoyed those too. But I do love making them. So it's my pleasure. We have, hold on, I gotta scroll up. We have from Dusty Frame 7331. I was trying to think of a physics joke, but it felt forced. I can come up with biology jokes much more organically. I read organically originally first, and I was thinking to myself, that's really unique. Somebody talking about making a pun, but then not actually making a pun. But then I realized that I misread the sentence, and so I'm gonna have to kill you now, unfortunately.
It's pretty mid. This one's pretty mid.
You're such a suck up, Blitz. Blitz is just like, oh, Matt Dillahunty, oh, great pun.
No, but that was actually good. No, that was actually good. Like,
Suck
I mean,
up.
maybe it's just because
Noser.
Matt is an older gentleman, but like, I don't know. This one, like the reason, like forced, just has to do with forces. It's not. There's no pun involved here.
I loathe all the pun users, the pun proletariat. I loathe them all
You're part of
equally.
the comedy bourgeoisie. Is that what you're telling me?
I am unironically. I'm a part of the comedy bourgeoisie. I think my sense of humor divinely elite as compared to the pun users. I believe that I am better than you guys. I'm sorry. That's my one.
You should
elitist
apologize.
position.
It's very elitist of you.
Never.
Think of the poor downtrodden pun user.
Never. My dogs are the hounds are being riled as we speak. I'm preparing to sick them on you.
From Elliot K. Well, Dan, as much as you try, you can never be hey, this was actually relevant to the conversation we were having. They say that Dan can never be a decent person because, if I remember correctly, Dan was the one who almost was an ally and then wasn't.
That was also crazy. That was also nuts. The roller coaster that call in particular.
That was my fault, though. Like, I definitely took it off its rails.
You definitely did. I feel like he would have taken it there anyways. I mean, he hit us with the I will absolutely correctly gender you, but I don't respect your identity itself, which is like the 1-2 punch.
No. See, that's what I thought he was saying. But then it turns out he just didn't know what a trans woman was. He thought a trans woman was a female who transitioned to become a man.
What?
Yeah.
Oh man, I gave him too much credit.
Yeah, that's what I did at first too, and then I realized what was happening.
Oh man. And maybe I don't know. I think I was just so stomach by the Charlie Kirk drop that I was unable to process anything retroactively even. Damn, that sucks.
Retrocausal stomaching, definitely.
Yeah, the AoE of the Charlie Kirk name drop actually is not
like spreads through time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not temporally locked. Okay, hold on, side note. I just saw this from VG Archaeologist in the chat. I bet Erika hates witty thesis titles. I hate them so much, and if you want to see how legitimately I live my hatred of puns, all you need to do is go look at any of my AABA poster titles. They are the driest, most straightforward poster titles that you've ever seen on this planet. It is like, what did I find? That's the title of it. They have cartoons on them. They're fun to look at.
Are you trying to tell me that when you come up with titles for posters or papers, you don't have witty phrase, very technical explanation? Okay, you're just a boring person.
No, it's my titles are literally like estimates of maxillary canine sexual dimorphism in Miocene stem catarrhines. That's the title. That'll be
okay. You should definitely try witty 3-line, 4-line phrase or 4-word phrase, and then something boring. It's way more fun that way.
I earn your attention, but like organically. The way that I earn your attention is you will only see my paper if you are looking for something to do with that subject. That's who I am at my core. I'm fundamentally none, never. My whimsy comes in the form of my figures, which I draw cartoons for my figures. So there you go.
Okay.
You never know. We have from Ray Gatto. I already know this is going to be. I haven't even read the rest. The Ray Gatto-ness of it all just hit me for $10. I can't figure out why my calculator stopped working. It just doesn't add up.
That's not great.
You're looking at this through. You are creating categories where there are none, Blitz. They are
no,
all
of course
like
I am.
this.
No. See, like you have to have distinguished taste when it comes to puns.
This is like for me. This
is not even
like,
really a pun, by the way.
This is like rating. This is like rating actual doo-doo. This is like being like, oh, well, you could have the doo-doo that's like cat poop, and then you could have like human shit, and like there's elevated levels of it. Like technically, you can rate them in their badness levels.
It's like wine, right? Like there's some like wine. There's like some crap box wine, and then there's like some fine wine. Like there's the aged wine, which are like extremely long series of like multiple pages worth of background dialogue so that you can finally get to some silly pun. Like totally worth it. That's like that's like some fine wine right there.
Never.
All right. We have Josh Beban with the $5. I have Ghost Story. My house is haunted by a chicken, a poultrygeist. Okay. A foul spirit. I'm calling in exorcist to help it cross over to the other side. All right. A little bit much. Poultrygeist is almost there. I can appreciate that.
Poltergeist is so wordy. It's so
Poultrygeist is fine. It's so close to the actual word.
The sniff test for this needs to be: would Wallace and Gromit included in the title? Would Aardman Studios use this as a Wallace and Gromit skit? And if the answer is no, then it doesn't need to be spoken. And if the answer is yes, then you can at least die with dignity.
I think that this could have been a Poultrygeist, definitely.
I'm thinking about for this doing raw chicken E. coli poisoning, and then Josh Babin can sort of die of dehydration via diarrhea is sort of where I'm angling with this one. We got from Elliot K. 1986. I don't get Christians who tell atheists that they really do believe. Can you imagine an atheist telling a Christian they really don't believe? I genuinely think that for some people, the idea of being wrong is just so unfathomable for something like this that it just has to be that the other person is just living in unrighteousness intentionally.
Of course, yeah. You know, spreading unrighteousness by the will of the atheist, of course. Sorry to do this to you. From William Matz, how do monkeys fly? Hot air baboons. I'm doing absolutely great. Now I'll stop monkeying around before Erika goes bananas. All right, look. If you want to do good punnery, you have to like have a punchline that has a good buildup. You always have to have a good buildup, and it has to be clever. You can't just like throw words together and hope they stick, right? There is an art to this, and you're like you would get rejected from art school, right? And then you do a Holocaust.
The only whoa. That took me a minute. I was like, Jesus. And then I was like, oh, wait a second. Okay. Historically accurate.
It's fine. Yeah. It's fine. I have a message on my door. It's
fine. Yeah, I think you guys might end up giving Blitz a Joker moment tonight, which it could happen. I hope it does happen. William Matz has been a thorn in my side with these triplets for a while. They've been hitting me with the 1, 2, 3, trying to cram as many puns.
There were 4 actually in this, and it was too much.
And again, it needs to be remembered that we've got this scenario, this made-up scenario. It's not organic. It has to be manufactured for the sole purpose of delivering the puns, which again, it's just insult to injury. But like we've done this already. Like William Matz has their list of crimes is so long, honestly, that it's going to be difficult to choose.
You know who else's list of crimes was very long? Just saying.
We're bringing it full circle. Okay. I like that. We got from Cruisin68 for $5. Erika and Dr. Blitz together tonight.
I think you missed. I think you skipped 2. I mean, we can just backtrack. It's fine.
Oh, I did. You're right. We got from Joshua Everett. 2036, Blitz wins Nobel Prize for Physics by proving dark matter is, in fact, fairies. Damn.
Well, look, if you can predict the future, please tell me how I prove that, and I will love to collect my $1 million, which will be worth like $8 in the future. So
worth much, yeah.
From Apish. 273. Erika, I have a family member who has a PhD in biochemistry from Duke University. She told me that she does not believe we came from apes. How? Lol.
To get a PhD in a subject, you have to become a specialist, like an ultra specialist within that subject. So it is more than possible for somebody to get a PhD in a subject and yet be completely uneducated in any other subject, even ones that are adjacent. It all depends on how they actually treat their PhD. You can learn as little or as much as you want in the process of getting a PhD, which explains how people can get PhDs and not be very smart or even go on to say crazy things. You don't have to be a genius to get a PhD. You just have to be really, really dedicated. And everything else that you pull from that process is on you. That being said, you should just ask her how she thinks evolution works. I think that will be very elucidating, to be honest. Also, I think you emailed me about this exactly the other day. Also, humans are apes. That's another thing you have to ask. You should just be like, what is an ape? And then see what they say. Because if it is a primate, which is to say, an animal that has dexterous hands and feet, a reduced emphasis on olfaction, a large brain for its body size, binocular vision, and binocular vision. Oh, and a postorbital bar. Then it is a primate. And then you can take that to what kind of primate is it? Because we have all of those features. A primate is a mammal that has all of those features. So we are primates. So then what kind of primate are we? We're apes. And the reason we're apes is because we have even more gigantic brains for our body sizes, short, stiff lower backs, long arms for our body size, a slow development time, and a Y5 molar pattern. So unless she doesn't have one of those traits, I don't know how she's
might be the brain thing.
Could be. Yeah, could be. But Blitz, traits are decided. Your identity as a member of a clade is rarely decided by one trait, but rather suites of traits. So even that doesn't work.
True.
Now we're back at the right one. From Cruisin' 68, Erika and Dr. Blitz together tonight. That's Young Earth Creationist Kryptonite. Love what you do from this highly evolved goo by way of the zoo to you.
Who is that? Is that Ken Ham or is that's Ken Ham, right?
It's like 6 billion different guys.
But who is that? The banana? Is that the banana guy? The guy who holds the banana is like, look how perfect it is for our hands.
Ray Comfort. I don't know who originated it because there's Fish to Fisherman. There's Goo to You by way of the zoo.
That's the one that is the.
There's Molecules to Man. I don't know. There are a bunch of different little phrases that they use. I can't.
It is cute though.
What?
From Darren McAuliffe. So if you breathe helium, your taste in music changes. I know that's timbre. That's timbre, not pitch. No, actually, helium does change your pitch. Interestingly, it doesn't just change the timbre. No, in fact, because the what's happening, and this is fun fact. Essentially, your vocal cords oscillate at a certain frequency, and because the speed of sound is different in helium than it is in, say, air. The actual physical characteristics, the actual waves that are produced is different. The wavelengths are different. Because, the speed of sound is different and the speed of sound is related to the wavelength and the frequency. And so by the time it gets to your ear, you have these very, very short wavelengths. And so you get some very, very funny sounds. And this actually changes the actual quality, the actual pitch of the thing that you're hearing.
Adding to that, from my perspective, no, your taste in music wouldn't, maybe this is a joke, but your taste in music wouldn't change because it's not the pitch. It's your cultural and social upbringing around speaking voices of members of your population that are going to shape your taste in music because that's going to be the pitch that you're going to hear music at typically. This is why, interestingly enough, there have been I don't know how much I believe this. I think this is probably a generalization more than anything else, but there are surveys out there that have made their way into studies that suggest that your taste in music is more or less locked in by your like mid-ish 20s, early-ish mid-ish 20s, because that's the period of time that you have the most time to experiment and listen to the most music. And so that's when your tastes lock in. And that's going to be the period of time that you look back most fondly on.
I would 100% believe that. I mean, anecdotally, I developed the taste in music that I currently have in high school, and it's been that way for now half my life. So
that's what they say. I mean, if it doesn't surprise me either. That's usually when your taste for a lot of things tend to lock in. So we have. Oh wait, is it me? Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, it's you.
We got from SJL $5. There's a band called Hate Beak that has an African Grey as the lead singer. They don't perform live yet. It does just seem to be a gimmick. Hate Beak goes so hard.
I'm pretty sure it's a metal band, by the way. I've heard about this.
That rocks.
It really
cool.
does. Also,
Hate Beak is a killer band name for.
I think that there are like clips on YouTube or on TikTok of this. So I've definitely seen this, and it's not great, but
I'm sure it's not. But the theming of that is great. I love that.
All right, so from the atheist mechanic, I can read. Going back to my previous super chat, I am a heavy duty diesel mechanic. I work on semi trucks for a living. LOL. I feel like this is a reference to something that I don't know.
It might be the out of nowhere nature of the pun.
No, so it was. Oh yes, this was the guy who was talking about cars being his wheelhouse.
That is better.
That's the same guy.
If that's your background, that's better.
Yeah.
We've got from Nicole Kubler. I'm an idiot. Nicole Kubler. This is the Sapphic Hazard, it's all over again thing where it's like how you break it up. People keep being like, what is it? Lux, what is it that they say instead of Sapphic Hazard? Lux? Oh my God, Lux is gone. Okay, chat, you'll remember. Chatters do this a lot, or hosts do this a lot.
Yeah, actually, I know exactly what you're talking about now that you mention it.
Yeah. Where you read it, I can't remember what the username is versus what people mess it up as, but it's Sapphic Hazard
or Sappy Chazard or something. Yeah, or something like yeah.
Okay. Anyways, from Nicole Kubler, 1727 for $5. I too live in Phoenix, or as I like to call it, the surface of the sun. I've been to Phoenix once. I will never return on my own volition because
the state basketball team is the Phoenix Suns. Like, I mean, obviously.
No. What's the King of the Hill quote? It's like Peggy and Bobby go to Phoenix, and she's like, "This is a monument to man's ignorant arrogance."
It's exactly that.
Yeah.
From Blanc's F4S, Blitz, that's a great flip on a classic apologist tactic there. Just use your eyes, man. Can you see Arizona can't possibly be designed? It's exactly that. You know, Arizona was hardly inhabited by white people anyway, up until the 50s, because that's when AC was invented. I should say Phoenix. Arizona, wildly, like the north half of Arizona is actually quite temperate.
We have $4.99 from $3.92. Stefan, can you recommend any good books coming out, Erika? I choose to believe that this is intentionally angled at me because of a video that I released today, because a book just came out that I am an author on. It's called Humans. It's by Professor Alice Roberts. She's the editor-in-chief, but it's also by a bunch of other people, including me. Hold on, let me clog my name here. Clog it up. Me, right there. Erika Blank from University of Blank. And it's about human evolution, looking at the characteristics that make humans successful, conceived through our sort of exceptional nature is sort of elevated through our parts, like through the aspects of our reproductive system, the aspects of our brain, the aspects of our lower limbs, like in our pelvic girdle, and et cetera, and so on and so forth, that together give us an edge as compared to any one characteristic. It's really cool. And since I'm an author on it, I would like to recommend that as a cool new book that's coming out that you should
everybody go buy it.
I don't get anything if you full disclosure, I don't get anything if you do buy it. I was paid a flat rate as a writer, but if I think it's really good. Wait, let me show you something kind of funny. Some of the illustrations that are in this book were designed by me, even though I didn't mention this in the video, but they were designed by me, even if I didn't do the drawings themselves. But I think you can probably imagine for this primate mating system section, where it's got like the different mating systems for different primates as represented by different species as little heads, like a male and female archetype for each. You can just see me designing this. This was one of my favorite ones. So it's a cool chapter on the human pair bond that I wrote. The whole reproductive chapter and the cast of characters is mine. So I don't know, I'm proud of it. I think this was intentional to let me shill it. Yeah. So I'm shilling it because I'm
do it.
I'm blushing. So anyways, yes, from Grimbeard, the Alice Roberts. Yes, the Alice Roberts. She's very famous as a brilliant science communicator in this field. It was an honor to get to be on it. Anyways, you're next.
From Nilly Welson. I see what you did there. That's a spoonerism, by the way, which is very appreciated. I would love to know your favorite subject if you've never studied any. Why you didn't? Wait. I would love to know your favorite subject you've never studied. Any. Why you didn't have the time, and why you didn't have the time or effort to pursue it. The more obscure, the better. For me, by the way, this was a $70 super chat.
Jeez.
70 Canuck buck super chat. So like it's actually like 55 real dollars, but yeah, go ahead, Erika. I'll answer.
No. You go first because I'm
okay. Well, for me, it's geology because rocks are cool. Okay, it's not obscure. I just think rocks are cool.
Let's see. Okay, gosh, there are like a lot of different ones here. A couple of things I'm really interested in within my own field is, one, I am super, super interested in the morphology, the physical characteristics, and the locomotion of the last common ancestor of humans and chimpanzees. I really, really would love to know what that condition was. I have a sneaking suspicion that the animal that humans and chimps descend from was neither a biped nor a knuckle walker. I think it was probably a sort of generalized arboreal ape that spent a lot of time upright in the trees, but was a jack of all trades and a master of none. And I think that was probably the condition for actually the LCA of all hominoids, of all apes, because apes are really weird and that there's not very many of them around today. But the ones that we have are extremely specialized in basically everything they do, in their diets, in their mating systems, in their social systems, and in their locomotion, right? Like think about monkeys. Monkeys all kind of move mostly the same with a couple of exceptions, being a couple of brachiators in South American species. But mostly they're arboreal and they walk on all fours, on the palms of their hands and the soles of their feet. That's typically what they do. But in apes, it's like you've got bipeds, you've got knuckle walkers, but two different types of knuckle walkers, because gorillas and chimps, gorillas and the pangolins, they knuckle walk in unique ways. That evolved separately in each of them, if their wrist morphology is anything to go off of. You've got slow, careful clamberers in the form of the orangutan, the biggest arboreal animal that we know of. And then you've got brachiators in the form of all of the myriad of different gibbon or helibatid species. So the thinking is that in apes, they started off really generalized, and then as monkeys evolved and pushed their way into these generalized ape niches, apes had to specialize, and that's why they're so specialized today. But then what was that archetypal ape that from which all of our modern varieties actually descend from like? I think it was probably generalized, but we can't know that for sure. So I would really love to do a holistic approach of all the Miocene apes that we have and try to use phylogenetic bracketing to figure out what that critter was like. That would be super interesting to me. But outside of primates, bugs. I love bugs. I love bugs so much. In another world, I would have been an entomologist. I think bugs rock so much. And specifically what I'm really interested in within bugs, outside of just their insane diversity, is I'm really interested in sexual cannibalism. That's really a strange thing that we see fitness-wise and from an evolutionary perspective, and yet it's evolved multiple times in different clades of arthropod. Why? Why is that there? I guess that kind of comes from my dimorphism interest too, but that's, long answer for a big super chat. That's what I would look into.
I feel like I should have given a longer answer other than rocks are cool.
Go back, go off, King.
I don't have much more to say about it. I just think rocks are cool. I had a rock collection as a kid. I think volcanoes are neat.
Rocks are pretty awesome. Deep time is so humbling.
It really is. And they're like also shapes, like the shapes that you get in rocks. Crazy. Like pyrite? What do you mean that there's just a cube that grows out of the wall? Very weird.
Yeah, and I don't know how they do that either. Like, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's magic. Like, at this point, it's just magic. Also, you did see the Spoonerism, right? Nilly Wilson?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, Spoonerism is also a good source of quality humor, by the way, just so everybody knows.
It's too close to wordplay for me. It's too close to a pun for my taste.
It is wordplay.
Okay.
It just sounds fun.
It's fine. I don't hate it as much as puns, but probably that's just because it's not as common.
Fair.
You're
up next.
And thank you for the generous super chat as well, Nilly Wilson. Actually, there's an artist that does a ton of Tally Hall / Miracle Musical covers, Chani Jash, and that's one of those too, because it's a Johnny Cash type thing. We have a $5 super chat for $5 Canadian from Endarius Rosethorn. Please provoke the YECs with clickbait titles while we have this sort of pairing. Love you, but it's all physics if you go deep enough. That is true. Yeah, it does on end. And then physics is just math, right?
Well, that's debatable. Because, the question is mathematics a science, right? Because you can't do physics without some sort of empirical observations, whereas you can't do mathematics without it. So, but debatable. Also, I believe that you skipped one. We have...
How do I keep doing that?
Gaum Blues. 9801, physics question. Could ghost sightings be some sort of projections or 3D view of higher dimensional beings? Don't get me wrong, hallucinations are still the most likely possibility. I mean, I guess, but if you can see them, then they're interacting with the electromagnetic spectrum or the electromagnetic field. And if that's the case, then they're charged. And if they're charged, then we can poke stuff into the higher dimensions too. Look, if you can see it, then we understand the physics of it. That's the reality of it.
I have wondered before if it's not like someone described, multiverse theory or whatever, hypothesis, probably a better way of putting it. one time the multiverse was explained to me as like a bunch of papers, like pieces of paper extending in all directions in a stack, right? Like it's a the multiverse is an infinite amount of papers that are of infinite size in a stack upon one another. And so it's like, when I thought about that, I was like, okay, what if, and this is me being Mitch here, because like I have no reason to think that this is even possible, but like, what if it was the case that ghosts or like weird paranormal sightings are like adjacent universes, just kind of for reasons and through mechanisms we don't understand, just like blipping too close to one another. And so it's like you're seeing like a ghost, literally of the other multiverse, but you can't you can see it, right? But maybe that's the limitation of our interaction with it. And it's like, okay, that's woo or whatever. But you're a physicist, you're a physics guy. Is that stupid?
Well, look,
or is that like
so we're basically made of like we are held together by electromagnetism, right? So if you can see something, then you could walk through it.
Yeah.
You like if light is making its way from the other nearby multiverse or nearby universe or whatever to here, then like there's no reason we couldn't send a radio signal through.
But like what if we could? Like what if it's a situation where like for reasons that we don't understand, the boundary is thin there or some shit like that. And then it's like, okay, well, if you could figure out a way to I don't know, go there or whatever, and it's like then there is theoretically a natural condition where
this is actually like a thing that string theorists talk about. Not literally this, but
if it's string theory, I know string theory's reputation. It's dog shit.
Yeah. So this is a thing that, hey, let's not dog on string theory. I met with 2 string theorists today to work on a project. But anyway, so this is to say, like, this is a thing that string theorists, because in string theory you have like these higher dimensions, right, that are available to exist. So you can have like stacks of of 3-dimensional worlds kind of on top of each other in this way. And, you know, it's an interesting idea. And people actually kind of try to justify why gravity seems so weak, because maybe gravity is kind of leaking out of our dimension or it's coming from something higher. So like this is something that people take seriously. But like at the end of the day, if you're able to see something, then you can communicate with it, like using radio waves. And so like that's where the buck stops a lot with me for like any paranormal sightings. Like if this is something coming from somewhere else and you can see it, then you can communicate it using a radio. And we've been sending out radio waves in all directions for 100 years, and nobody seems to talk back.
So this is a weird question. Maybe there's a simple answer for this. We also see like hallucinations, even though we're not picking up on legitimate photons, right?
Yeah, that's a brain thing though, right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking. Like, is it possible that it's like, I guess I'm asking, is it possible there's an exception to if you can see it, then you can measure it directly, easily, or like with existing tools? Is it possible there's like a workaround that we're just not aware of?
Well, okay. I mean, like, there's 2 ways that you can see something, right? You can see something because like light gets to your eyeballs.
And you can see it because your brain is making it, is processing it. That's like
I wouldn't
not
like
there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I guess, a conflation of what it means to see something. Like, I mean, when
that's
you dream,
true too. Yeah, that's true too.
When you dream, you're not really seeing something in the sense that like there's something actually there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like perception is weird too, because like we all perceive the world. Sight, for example, like we see things in a very consistent way across our species, insofar as we can tell. But like that's not consistent across species, and yet it's still photon detection that your brain is then processing. So like it's weird. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there because ghosts are weird, and I want there to be woo there because I think it's fun. We all fall victim to it, I guess. We got from Outwitted by Fish for $10. Is there an evolutionary driver for raptors perching atop fence posts? Or would that...
This was so close to being so good.
I was trying to...
I actually like it. I love this. This is great.
I was already
because you tricked her. You tricked her.
Would that be post hoc rationalization? I was trying to think of behavioral reasons why...
That's why it's so good. This is a top tier pun. This is really good.
No. And in fact, the ones that start to trick me, because I am so naive and I think so highly of you guys, and then you disappoint me endlessly with this, those actually deserve a lower place in the hell that I create, because I'm actually the demiurge. And the way that you're all being tested is by your behavior in this chat.
Makes sense. It does make sense. I believe it.
Yeah.
From Static Vortex.
Oh yeah, this is you.
Yeah. Is there an indication in the fossil record that a paleo-type diet may have led to less tooth decay than an agrarian diet? All hail Atheismo. JGFY, which I don't know what that stands for.
That's Jimmy, go fuck yourself. I've been around.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I remember that now.
Yeah, I mean, so tooth decay is pretty simple. If you have a lot of sugar, or a lot of sugar is just the easiest molecule for bacteria to kind of get at. But if you have a lot of detritus in your teeth, particularly sticky sugars, you're going to get a lot of tooth decay. Case in point, in historical, I guess I should say, I think it's New Kingdom Egypt, whatever, Amarna, when Akhenaten was in charge, and he moved the capital of Egypt to Amarna for his Aten monotheism. One of the only things that could grow really easily in Amarna was actually dates, and dates are really sugary. And so when Egyptians moved, because the capital moved to Amarna just for that portion of his rule, he died shortly afterwards and the capital was shifted again. We find the people who died and were buried in Amarna have horrible teeth, not just because of the sand, but because they were eating nothing but dates. Not literally, but like a lot of dates. And so they had a lot more tooth decay than people who had a more varied diet. So it is factual that diets that are more balanced, that aren't just one really, really sugary thing, are going to have less tooth decay. But that being said, toothbrushes fix that problem. So like, you shouldn't adopt a paleo diet because of tooth decay, right? I don't think that's what you're suggesting here. But I would say that a paleo diet, which is more varied, and has less starchiness and less sugars as sort of at its core, is going to have less tooth decay than what we see in agriculturalists of every variety, except maybe pastoralists. We have from Falcon Storm for $4.99. Erika unironically saying that sheet music was notorious is the unexpected pun that I needed today. That's such a stretch. I've accidentally punned before, and I've even intentionally
punned too close to the sun.
I've even intentionally used puns before on my channel because I know that that's what people want to see, and I'm selling myself,
Yeah, of course, we all do.
My personality, yeah, for, we're whoring ourselves out on the internet, as it were. But that was not intentional, and I think you know that, Falcon Storm. There's enough sheet music to choke the both of you.
From Hades Dispatre, I only believe that 87.5% of the Bible is true. I'm an atheist. I actually like that. I like that one. It's almost bad, but I do like it. Because it's a math joke.
Whatever. It's thematically appropriate because of this channel, but other than that, Hades Dispatre.
Speaking of Hades, I saw Hadestown last weekend, and it was so good.
Yeah, Hadestown rocks.
It was so good.
Yeah, I thought
my wife was trying hard not to ugly cry. I mean, she never does. She can't ugly cry, but she was trying very hard to not sob in the theater.
Were you guys totally new to the show?
I had never seen it. I mean, I knew the story of Orpheus and Eurydice, right? But I had never seen it. And
listen to the music before?
No.
And you listen to the songs?
Although actually, there's that one song. I don't remember what it's called, but it was really, really common on like YouTube Shorts and TikTok for a while. That was being used as background music for the USS Carpathia chasing after the Titanic. And it was a song from Hadestown, and I didn't know that at the time when this was a trend, like last year or something like that. So I
don't know nothing about that, but I think the music for Hadestown is great. So whatever they picked was probably awesome.
Yep.
We have where's Waldo? $5. These were my popsicle stick puns. I had so many. I chose a music theme and I tried to make them escalate. They didn't escalate. They were so consistently bad across the board, Waldo. Like, it's actually crazy.
Maybe the point was to make them escalate in poorness and like low quality.
I do. Well, see, to me, they differed so little in quality. They were all so bad. I feel like I do remember Where's Waldo saying that popsicle stick collecting was something they were up to, and they were planning on dropping them all at once at some. Waldo, let me know if I'm recalling that correctly. I do have to give it to you on the follow through on that if that's the case, because that's a lot of popsicles, and that I can respect. But outside of that, I mean, obviously, you still have to be dispatched, but still.
Well, Boneworm says you can always tell when someone who writes musical theater dies. They'll be decomposing. I don't like it. Not good.
It's just composing. It's just in the word decomposing.
Yeah. It's not good.
I do like that Boneworm has something to do with decomposition, but
that's true.
That's all you'll get. From the Eagle fan for $5, who is the bear thrower's favorite character? Yeah, this is they do it on purpose. This is what I'm saying, dude. Like, they know that they can get under your skin too with the lower effort stuff.
Yeah.
It'll come for you. And you have no choice but to read it. It's sometimes I do
I
wonder
mean, on my own
if I'm
channel, I
right,
can
Dad.
just choose not to.
Yeah, but
I
not
won't.
here. You're
Yeah, not
contractually
here, of
obligated
course.
too.
That's true.
This is what I'm saying. Like we may already be in hell.
Maybe. Is this hell? Is this the hell created by the demiurge?
It could be. That's what I'm saying. Well, I'm the demiurge, though.
Exactly. From William Matz with the $5. Have y'all heard there's a new theory of inertia? I doubt it will gain momentum. This isn't a pun. It's not even a pun. Momentum is just used in two different ways, and it's not even wordplay actually. It's just I mean it's like cute. It's not that funny though.
Not that funny. You're gonna give them a modicum of
No, I mean it's like cute. It's like, okay, you did a thing. Congrats. I'm not gonna laugh about it.
I'm reading this because this has directly to do with what we were saying before. For $5 from HTZ 11235, felt bad for Erika. So yeah, you should. Again, like I'm being so for real right now. I actually really do dislike puns. This is something that I could meme on for. It's like an infinite money glitch, right, on the channel, because it's like if you don't like something, then people
exactly, yeah, of course.
I really do dislike that. I really do hate reading them. It is because it takes long, and then I have to give my response to them because I can't just let them fly. That takes time, and then there's like 23 billion of them every time in the chat. So this is an authentic disdain. I want you to know that. Like it's not disdain for the super chat because like it's nice that you guys give money. It's a disdain for what you choose to super chat because you could super chat asking for monkey facts. You could super chat asking for bug facts or fact about gravity or black holes or whatever. And yet you choose this.
You know, if you didn't know this, God, I'm so confused by cameras. I'm trying to like point to this thing and it's like in the wrong direction. This thing? That's an image I took with the telescope in my backyard and you could ask about it. But nobody did. So I'm not going to talk about it.
You see all these? I could talk about any of them. I could talk about those guys up there.
I thought you were going to say that you found them in your backyard.
No, do I have anything? Did I use my backyard here? Not my backyard. I don't have any bones that are in my backyard. I have some real stuff in, but
I mean, with this many punters, you know.
Yeah, I have stuff that is from the state. That cow skull there at the top, and then I have a deer skull over there that's also from my state. I have some other bone osteological stuff that is mine that I've collected from around here, but the specimens aren't great, and they're
Erika,
not.
Do you know Justin, Deconstruction Zone?
Yes.
I was at his place a few weeks ago because I happened to be in the area. He has a taxidermied goat in his streaming room, and I don't love it. And I'm telling you this because
goat.
Yeah, they dressed it up like a witch. It's kind of horrible. But
where'd they get
I feel
it?
like you have. I have no idea. I feel like that's the kind of thing you would like, and I don't think that's a good thing.
I don't have a love for hunting outside of hunting for.
I don't think they hunted it.
Eating. That's the thing. But like, I do have a love for taxidermy. I have a love for bad taxidermy too. I think that shit is so funny and fun and interesting. Especially because it's very rare. Okay, I'll say this. I don't like taxidermy that is without dignity. I liked taxidermy that they have in museums. I love seeing a taxidermy specimen because it's got so much age and character to it. But it is regrettable that the animal died for it. But at the same time, animals die for me to get to look at their bones too. So in that sense, I do like it when they die. You see what I mean? I'm at a quandary because I prefer them alive, but I also like them dead. You guys.
This is why physics is a better science. Physics is a better science. We don't require death in order to study it.
No, that's exactly why physics is not a fun science because there's not enough bones.
There's not enough death, is what you're telling me.
Not enough. No. Someday, death is the only constant in this universe is change, and I will one day die too. And I would love it if my remains went to science or were preferably mounted somewhere. I think that'd be awesome.
Good to know. Good to know.
But I would rather be a fossil if I could pick.
True. Yeah, so would I. You last longer. From Ray Gatto with the $10. These puns are hilarious. Really, the gummies kicked in, so everything is funny. Okay, look, if you are inebriated in some way, I can understand how some of these are very funny. Most of them have been pretty mediocre, with a few exceptions.
Genuinely, I think I could have just sipped on ayahuasca and this wouldn't be funny to me. In fact, it might make me more violent. We have.
Is ayahuasca famously a violent drug?
No, I just picked ayahuasca because I thought that would be the best chance for me to laugh.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Because it's psychedelic, you know? Like I would be, you know, because weed wouldn't do it. I'd just get paranoid. Alcohol would make me, no, I'm really fun when I drink, so maybe alcohol would be better. We got from Gentleman Viking for $5. What do biologists do when you hand them documents? They file them. Like file them.
That's almost good. That's actually almost good.
I've said this before. The ones that make the most sense based off of how you say them, I think require more effort. I do think that I told you that there is a ranking, that you can do some ranking, and those rank higher for me. And I do like that this has to do with biology. But
it is still a little conflated, or a little like the setup is a little forced. It could have been a more organic setup, but it is the punchline's actually quite quality. So
filing cabinets are heavy. If one fell on you, you would certainly die. Just keep that in mind.
That's probably true. Hey, Dr. Blitz. So this is from Gertrude Schmidt with the $10. Hey, Dr. Blitz. The concept of before time comes up a lot when discussing cosmology with creationists. Could you help me articulate how the concept falls apart in physics? Well, look, so if you talk to physicists, at least if you talk to cosmologists, which is a fraction of physicists, but anyway, what you'll find is that the majority of them think of the universe not as a three-dimensional universe that's progressing forward in time, and therefore you can progress backward in time, but rather it's just the universe exists as a whole, as a four-dimensional space-time. And so that four-dimensional space-time doesn't exist in time. I'm doing this because it's like a loaf of bread, right? Each slice is like a moment of time, and then like the slice itself is like the space part, and then different slices are different moments of time. Anyway. And so that loaf of bread doesn't exist in time itself. And so if time is the left side if the beginning of time, say, is the left side of time, it doesn't even make sense to say that there is a before, because there's no time outside of the time. How could you be before the time? Time is you can only talk about before once you're in time to begin with. So I don't know. This is a thing that I am actually struggling is not the right word. I am actively trying to come up with a better way to explain how time is actually understood by physicists, to creationists, or to theists more generally, because I mean, it's a hard concept. Like it is genuinely tricky, and unless you have like a four-dimensional view on it, like I can understand the problem. But yeah, this is something that's like notoriously difficult to convey. And so, the loaf of bread, as far as I can tell, like it'd be like saying, what's the slice of bread before the first slice of bread? Like there just is no slice of bread. It's just the first slice of bread. I don't know. That's the best I got for you, though.
Monkeys groom each other to reaffirm their bonds. Also,
monkey fact for today.
Hold on. I'm gonna highlight something here that isn't. Wait, can I do that? Yeah, I think I can. I'm gonna highlight something here from Chrissy CNG, who on my pun reaction says, no, you could, Erika. You choose to let them fly. Just pass it by and not react. But now you give people what they paid for. In a sense, I do hear what you're saying here, but I want you to think, in all of the things you've ever seen me react to at all ever, Chrissy, have I ever reacted with brevity or not reacted at all? It's not my style. I can't do it. I'm actually incapable of it.
Fundamentally incapable.
Yeah, did you say fundamentally incapable?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't do that to you.
Oh my God, I am losing my mind. Okay, we have from Ray Gatto for $10, true biology fact, it is easier to weigh. It's true Gatto, so I already know what this is going to be. It's easier to weigh a fish than it is to weigh a chicken. The reason is that the fish comes with its scales. Laugh all the way to the bank with this one.
That's not a pun.
It's such a specific scenario again.
Actually, maybe it's a pun because scales is being used in two different ways here, but it's not wordplay. It's just a homonym.
I'm trying to think, like, maybe could you pull enough mercury from large predator fish to give a
You're really getting creative here.
I'm trying to think. Like, I'm trying to keep things creative. We have.
You can just be sad. That's fine.
No. I always must respond with a threat. We have for $13.99 from Millie Wilson, again, 1927, from Sans Deity, at Sans Deity, is in that chat, and possibly Arden is in the vicinity, so here's another tithe.
I don't get it.
I don't
know what's happening here. But okay. From Guzman Jones. I'm Erika, the Gutsick Gibbon, and I love banana popsicles.
That is what I sound like. Guzman Jones has got my number.
It sounds exact. Banned.
Yeah,
Straight
they
up
got
banned.
me. They got me on that one. From Hades, Disparte. Poor Erika cursed with an undersized prefrontal cortex. This is what I'm talking about again. Like, this is just inserting the word pun
No, I
where
like this one. This one's
it's like a
good.
rhyme. This is more of a
Uh,
rhyme than anything
It
else.
is, but I do like it. I do like
I-
it because it's specifically directed at you and it has to do with biology.
Well, I like the rhyming part. But other than that, again, this is like a layup because I can just like cut the top of your head off and squish in your brains with my hands, specifically around your prefrontal cortex, in the front region. Easy to
This
do.
is
It's kind of
very
an easy
risky.
threat, actually.
From Dern Wine, Erika is playing a dangerous game. She'll end up with AI generated slop puns at this rate. That is dangerous. If anybody does that, I will like look, I have strong feelings about AI. Especially about AI art. You cannot take away the artistry in punnery. That is a step too far.
I'm not convinced. See, this is where we differ, Blitz, because this is I'm not positive that this hasn't happened. However, what I will say is that if AI was making puns are a distinctly human thing. No doubt it's stealing the puns from humans that have already made them by scraping the internet. So I wouldn't even consider that an AI generated pun. It's just stealing the puns from humans. And I will take a human pun over an AI stolen pun any day of the week.
Well, yeah, that's what AI art is in general.
Yeah, but like at least, well, I shouldn't say at least because it's arguably worse. With puns, you know, it's just taking them like somebody's already made that. With
I actually
art,
am curious if AI has gotten pretty good recently. I wonder if it could actually generate original puns.
Well, you'd have to prove that no one's ever made it before, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Like that'd be the hard sell. Like whereas when it makes art, right, what it's actually doing is generating its own unspeakable evil.
True.
We have from CN Stady for $5. You're both awesome, and if you feel you need to kill me in a zoo, I'm honored. Keep teaching me 0 puns here. It's okay, Matt. You won't see it coming. You won't see it. No, that's not what I said.
That's what I said. I liked your Shih Tzu pun.
I said you know, just like just keep them just be aware. Like if I ask you to come to like a zoo or an aquarium, like any place with animals, you know, that could be zoo-esque or zoo adjacent.
Speaking of which, I do love aquariums.
I like an aquarium too.
I like them more than zoos.
Nah, I don't like them more than zoos.
I like zoos. I like aquariums more than zoos because aquariums are inside. And I'm an inside boy.
Oh, not me. I'm wild and off the chain. Put me. I'm an outdoor girl.
I don't like the outside. There's too many bugs there. But you also like bugs. So
love them.
I like looking at bugs when they're like in a glass box.
Nope. I'm a bug picker upper. Unless I know for sure that bug is capable of and also probably will attack me, I'm grabbing it. I like to grab them. I like to look at them up close.
Can you imagine being that bug?
Yeah, I know it's probably
just like get picked up by like a giant and then probably like injured.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I try to have good bug pickup etiquette, meaning like I try to have it like walk onto me.
Mm-hmm.
But I also have had situations where like I've handled a bug and like bug being used colloquially for arthropod here, and I worry that I mishandle them sometimes. I try not to, but like it's possible that I have done harm to bugs, and I'm in a what's the word for this? Like free speech absolutist, but for killing bugs in the house. Like I don't kill bugs in the house unless they're mosquitoes.
Sure.
So I guess not quite an absolutist. I'll kill mosquitoes, but like crane flies, like those big, or sometimes I call them skeeter eaters, like the really big, look kind of like mosquitoes. I try to catch them and release them because I like them. But there was a time where once I was like, they're so large, I'll just grab it grab it like that.
It died, didn't it?
No, I ripped the leg off by accident.
Oh, geez.
And I was like,
distraught.
I was like, this sucks. I cannot believe that I just did that. That's horrible. Horrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't have a perfect track record on that, although I do try. Anyways, Matt, thanks for the $5. Try not to go near any zoos when I'm around.
But do go to an aquarium with me if you're ever in the Phoenix area. We have an aquarium in the middle of the desert called the Odyssey Adventure or Odyssey Aquarium or something. It's actually pretty good.
Odyssey.
It's a fun aquarium. ODYSEA, like Odyssey, but also like
yeah.
it's actually a pun. It turns out.
I get it.
But yeah, it's pretty good. From Dernwine with the £5, forgot a pun for Erika. When Sun Tzu wanted to find out what the toughest animal was, he got one of each and put them into a cage. It was the first Tzu. Oh.
Like, what does this have to do with, like, how does it wrap around to being about Sun Tzu just because he's the guy responsible?
Yeah.
And
because
being
it's like a zoo.
Yeah, you should have forgotten that one, Dernwine.
Wasn't great.
Should have forgotten that one. Should have left that one at home. You can, hey, by the way, me and Matt are going to a zoo soon. You come with us. Be fun. For Space Barbarian, for $5, 3484, Charlie Who? Ooh, I almost just belted it. I almost just told you.
We are Char.
I really did. I almost just ripped the.
You know, there was a period of time where I was unironically using low Kirkenuanly in, like in chat. It's so funny.
It's actually just insane as well, because like the ones that really get me is when it's like a poorly generated, like it's like some AI slop, but it's like an egg with Charlie Kirk's face like walking around, and it ends up on my timeline, and I look at that and I'm like, we are so cooked.
Also, that's a good pun, by the way.
I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about with the egg.
No, you just said we're so cooked, and then you said that about an egg.
That's not a pun.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because so right. So the point is that
chopped, and then I bring up an egg because you could technically chop.
No, if you brought that up about salad.
Oh my god! But you don't like cook an egg; you boil an egg.
What do you mean you don't cook an egg?
Like when
you only eat boiled eggs?
No, in fact, I hate boiled eggs. It's
the
only
so why'd you bring it up?
Because okay, hold on, back it up. There are certain foods like salads that are associated with certain verbs.
Right? Like chopping.
That's fair.
And tossing.
Yeah, and tossing. For eggs, there are a couple of verbs. You could do boiling, you could do scrambling. But one that I wouldn't say, frying, but I don't think you would say, I'm going to cook an egg. You'd say, I'm going to scramble some eggs.
Okay, maybe
fry
not.
some eggs. That's what I was getting at.
Okay, I can see that. I concede. We have Space Barbarian with the $5. When I was a boy, we stuffed all our search keywords into the paper title. Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, 100%.
That's smart if you want people to read your stuff.
We've got from Crimson Belenis for $10. Did you watch the true crime documentary on the killer mimes? They did unspeakable things. Like, again.
Not a pun, actually.
And the made-up scenario. Like, you could just, like...
Well, look, there's an art in creating the made-up scenario, right? There's an art to it. It has to be, like you can go the extremely absurd route where you have like a long, very convoluted thing. That's like a degree of absurdism punnery, which I think is appropriate. Or you can have something that's actually sounds like a question and trick somebody into thinking that there's not going to be a joke, but there is. Both of those are acceptable, but the kind of mid ones just not so great.
But like that's what I'm saying. Like you could be like, did you watch the true crime documentary about the killer veterinarian? He had that dog in him, like that sucks. That sucks.
No,
so
but
bad.
Honestly, like you're so good at it. You should just embrace it.
No, I'm not.
Also, if it was a cannibal veterinarian, it would have been better, by the way.
Because he got that dog in it? No, because humans aren't dogs. It's only cannibalism.
Oh, yeah, it wouldn't be cannibalism. That's a good point.
There's a way to make it work.
There's a way. Yeah, there's a way.
We won't find it. For $10 from SJL, I already know. It's SJL, I already know. I want to create the first biological calculator. It will be good at multiplication. What's the difference between a lentil and a chickpea? I'll pass on finishing this joke.
Oh, are you not familiar with this one?
No.
It's something like, I'd rather have a lentil in my mouth
than a chickpea in my mouth. I get it. Yeah, I get
something like that. There's some variant of it that goes something like that, but it's always very good.
Okay. You should have finished the joke, SJL. The joke.
Should've. All right, from Phoenix Freefall with the $5, what orchestra sections most likely unhoused? Oboes. Does it help I'm an oboist? Wait, is this just sad or is there a joke here? Oh, it's like hobos. Okay. It's a little bit too forced.
Oboes. What orchestra is oboe an orchestra section though? Or is it like, I guess it is.
The thing is,
I also feel like this is dated. I feel like people don't. I feel like hobo isn't like a term that people use very often anymore. I feel like this wouldn't land in a lot of places.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't. That's why it took me a second. I'm like, when was the last time I thought about a hobo?
Like,
It's not PC,
what's
but people definitely still say hobo.
well, like
Is that
I'm
really
thinking
not
about
PC?
like
It just seems like not used anymore.
that's what I was getting at. What because like this would be like making a joke about the term like a transient. Like, do people use the word transient anymore for like a drifter? You know what I mean? Like, oh, he's
I
the
don't think they use transient, but I do think they still use hobo.
okay.
Oh, he's got a stick and a rucksack on it. Like, it just
A
seems like a
bundle, a
1920s
bindle.
thing. Yeah.
The
Like,
only
it
thing
seems
I
like
think of when I think of bindle is that ant, that shitpost meme with the ant with the bindle. It's like me when somebody's showing a joke on their phone and I don't get to see it, and it's like,
pretty quality. I think you're up next.
okay, we got from William Matz in 1991. Can I redeem myself? With pics of my doggos wanting belly rubs and snuggles. Actually, you would be surprised how much you can redeem with pictures of your dogs and cats. I do love really anybody's pets. Snakes, spiders, birds, lizards, frogs, horses. I love seeing people's pets. I just love animals. So, also
Same.
thank you for remembering my pronouns, Erika. William Matz, I did not need to mess them up, and I will never mess them up again. You corrected me, and so I won't mess them up again. This is the least I can do, my friend.
Oh, I feel like I made a mistake then. Did I?
No, I messed up their pun or their puns. Do you see what people are doing to me? I messed up their pronouns on my own stream like a couple of weeks ago. I he himmed William Matz, and they told me that they used they them, and I was like I did not know that, and so now I won't make the mistake again. So I appreciate the thank you, but you don't have to thank me for the bare minimum.
From the atheist mechanic, hearing Erika talk about PhDs kind of sounds like ASE certs. You can be ASE master certified and be completely dumb in the garage. Just means you test well. Well, it's not really quite the same thing, right? You don't take tests in PhDs. Yeah. Oh, and to some extent, you have to be at least a capable researcher if you have a PhD. But yeah, there is a degree of narrow-mindedness that you can definitely fall into when doing a PhD, and it's very, very easy to become so focused on one thing that you forget about the greater world. I definitely wish that I read more and read more broadly during my PhD than I did. I've since kind of caught up on that. I've read a lot more. And when I say read a lot more, I mean like more diverse physics, not like entomology. But there was definitely times when I'm like, I should feel like I should know more physics than I actually do while I was doing my PhD.
I also I know really intelligent people who, because of life circumstances, didn't finish their doctorate. And I also know really not so widely read, not so thoughtful people, not so open-minded people who have finished their PhD because, as Blitz said, like they put their head down and they drill into this one singular subject and they know it really, really well. And then they write up a dissertation on it, and it's certainly defendable. And they get their doctorate that way. So it's like, I'm not saying this to denigrate PhDs. I'm trying to get one. I would not want to do that. But what I am trying to say is that it's like it becomes very explicable how you end up with people with PhDs who say crazy stuff when you get one or when you're getting one, because you're like, oh, okay, well, you could just ignore a lot of stuff and just again drill down in your one specialty. And technically get that DR.
The thing that's kind of surprising is that for people like biochemists who have biochemistry PhDs, this means that they have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in, say, biochemistry or biology or chemistry of some kind. And what's surprising is that the kinds of things that you would learn in those courses, one would expect that you wouldn't make it through it if you thought that evolution was fake.
Yeah.
And so that should be the filter. The PhD doesn't filter out people for having bad, unrelated ideas, but you'd think that the master's would.
You would think, but I also know that depending on the program for master's and doctorate, there's probably ways to weasel around it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
For my doctorate, I've been done taking classes for a while now, but you have to take a set amount of hours. I'm sure it's the same for you. So it's like, for mine, because it's bioanth, you have to have a set amount of hours that cover a pretty basic skill set of method and theory.
Right.
But that's method and theory. So you have to read the papers that are assigned and talk about the method and talk about the theory in it. It's sort of like a seminar type class. But I think you could, you couldn't make it through it in bioanth, but if there were a similar class in biochem, I bet those methods would have to do with a lot of different topics in biochemistry.
Sure.
And probably not a lot of them would be intrinsically related to evolution.
Yeah, that's true too. Biochemistry isn't quite if they had a degree in biology, I could see it, but like biochemistry, I could see you can get around.
You'd think there'd be a way, depending on where you got it. I think you could get a biochem PhD that basically like coughed in the general direction of evolution. And the rest was just method and theory on like the Krebs cycle or some shit.
Right. Who knows about the Krebs cycle?
Not me. Don't ask me.
Losers.
Do not ask me about the Krebs cycle. We have, excuse me, burping again, from Stephen and Ruzi Sizin.
That's got to be a Polish name? Andrushicin?
Andrushicin. Stephen Andrushicin. I thought it was Stephen and then the second person was Rusicin. Okay, Stephen Andrushicin. Okay, got it. 3444.
It could also be Hungarian. Anyway.
I don't know. For $6.99 Canadian dollars, Erika, give Blitz the lowdown on Dr. Behe. Do you not know who Michael Behe is?
No, I mean, I found out about him this morning. I usually don't like. Okay, so I've definitely heard the name, and I played it up that I've never heard of this person because the person was trying to convince me that he's notable, and I'm like, I have no idea who this is. I mean, I've definitely heard the name, but I couldn't tell you why I know his name.
Okay, yeah. You speak of biochemists, right? Like Michael Behe is one of the OGs of the intelligent design movement out of the original Discovery Institute. As put
but is he notable as a scientist in any sense of the word?
No.
Did he do anything important?
No, he's not like a James Tour type where like he's got relevant work in his area. I don't think so, at least. I mean, he's got his doctorate and everything, but like we were just discussing that doesn't necessarily mean anything. He's perhaps most famous for his role in the Kitzmiller v. Dover trial. He was one of the only witnesses that actually turned up for the defense on that one. And they put him on the stand, and he was basically questioned by the prosecution on whether or not, I think it was specifically to do with the blood clotting cascade, which is why that one always comes to mind, because he was basically, we have no idea how the blood clotting cascade could have evolved. It's irreducibly complex. That's what he brings to the intelligent design table, is this concept of irreducible complexity. You familiar with that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy who coined that. And so he pitches this in the Kitzmiller v. Dover trial and just gets literally buried by the prosecution, who brings up stack after stack of printed off paper and textbook on the evolution of the blood clotting cascade. And they walk up and literally obscure him from view with how many papers there have actually, how much work has been done on investigating the evolution of the blood clotting cascade. And since then, he sort of, sorry, my dogs are barking again. He sort of softened on like how hard ID he is. In fact, he's made some interesting admissions on different YouTube channels, but he's an OG for the intelligent design movement.
Good to know. Who do we have next? We have Hi EV 001. If fine-tuning is a reason to disbelieve a thing couldn't have existed without a thinking being, and I don't concede that the universe is fine-tuned, then isn't the fine-tuning of God a reason to disbelieve in God? Yeah, this is a common, I don't know if you ever run this argument, Erika, but there's a common objection amongst or to the fine-tuning argument, which is that look, I mean, and for those who don't know, the idea is something like, look, the universe is a special type of way. The odds of it being this way are very, very low. So why is our universe this way? Well, the best explanation is that a God wanted to make it this way. Then the question is as well, okay, if this God is all powerful, if it can do whatever it wants, then why is it fine-tuned to want a universe that has this kind of life rather than some other kind of life? And I don't think that this is a reason to disbelieve in God. What it is a reason to is reject the fine-tuning argument as an argument in favor of God existing.
Yeah.
Because, it takes a far more fine-tuned being to have desires to make a certain kind of thing compared with just the kind of thing that you need in order to produce life of any kind. Yeah.
Well, this is my problem with presuppers too, is that it's like a presuppositionalist will be like, well, you have to presuppose something. And it's like, no, I fucking don't. I can just be like, I can say at the beginning, at the root cause, my uncaused cause or whatever, I can just be like, I don't know, right? Like I accept the laws of nature as they are now because they consistently produce results based off.
Yeah, but how do you know induction won't fail?
Yeah, literally. But I mean,
how do you trust induction?
You just go back to me. You just go back to, okay, well, you're making one more assumption than I am, which is that it isn't that you don't know. You just think God did it, right? Like I accept it as it is, and I say I don't know who or what is responsible, if anything. So it's like, it's a waste of time. Presuppers are the world's biggest waste of time. The fine-tuning argument, I don't know that it's that much better, just because also our sample size is one.
I mean,
What do we do
okay,
with
so
that?
pre-suppers are like intellectually dishonest and intellectually disabled. Fine-tuning people are actually trying to rely on data. Now, the data is not particularly compelling because we have a sample size of 1, but they're at least trying to do something intellectually honest, I think.
I agree with that. To be clear, I do agree with that. Anytime I can punch down on pre-suppers, I will.
Absolutely. Always punch down on pre-suppers, especially Darth Dawkins.
Especially Darth Dawkins. There are quite a few of them that come to mind. $5 from Joshua Everett 9887. My wish I had studied thing would have been marine biology, focusing on nudibranchs. Nudibranchs are
Good
really
choice.
That's a
good choice. From Jesse Chappell with the $6.66. Some math is discovered and some is invented. It's so much fun. No. All math is invented. I will go to my death on this. It's all invented. None is discovered. What, you're going to go out and find a 5? You're going to go to the number mine and mine up a number 6?
I think this is sort of in line with your perspective here, Blitz. From Dusk Frame for $5 7331. Biology versus physics question. Who would win in a 1v1, a monkey or a black hole?
Obviously a black hole?
I don't know. Does a monkey have time to prepare?
No.
How much prep time does the monkey have?
Monkeys, there's no amount of prep time. Maybe like a trillion with like another 50 trillion years? They could just wait it out.
Monkey's got it unlocked, doesn't it? Monkey's got it unlocked.
I think the monkey would be dead.
Monkey's got it unlocked with that prep time, for sure.
Is this a Batman v Superman situation? Is that what's happening? How much prep time does Batman get? Does he have time to get a kryptonite ring?
That's what I'm getting at. If the monkey is a human, well.
No, the monkey still loses. Humans still lose.
How much prep time?
What does it mean to beat a black hole?
I'm also
what does it mean to beat a black hole? You can't punch it.
A sufficiently large monkey? A sufficiently angry monkey? A sufficiently
if the monkey's sufficiently
monkey?
Large, it will itself be a black hole.
Not this kind of monkey. It's a physics-breaking monkey.
Okay, got it. It's the magic monkey.
It's a magic monkey. Yeah, exactly.
All right, from Elliot K. Gotta do a dad joke. Hi, I'm going to off you. I'm Elliot. Yeah, that's an old school one. Hi, going to off you. I'm Elliot. Sorry. Because Erika, you said I'm going to off you. And so then it's hi, I'm going to off you. I'm Elliot.
It just hastens the demise is the thing.
I mean, I'm not even a dad, and I definitely use somebody says I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm Sam.
Actually, like just this is one of my areas of gender euphoria is that I feel no joy and nothing but disdain towards dad jokes. And so that's how I
don't like joy at all, do you?
That's one of the ways that I'm comfortable in my own skin is that I'm like, I my assigned gender at birth, I'm happy with this because I could never be a father. I couldn't. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't reduce myself to this. We have from Low Magnet for $10. Tell us more about your section in humans. Oh my, you're just giving me opportunities here. You can watch my video on it, but I have 2 sections. I wrote the cast of characters section in this bad boy, which has some really gorgeous illustrations that I advised on, provided references for, and also labeled. They look really great. And then I also wrote the reproduction section, and in that, there's a ton of different sections that I really like, but I want to tell you what some of my favorites are. I really like the beginning and end of every chapter because they start with this like bird's eye view of the system in question, followed by like a flowchart of how the different characteristics interact and evolve with one another. But I think my number one favorite section has got to be the pair bonding one that I mentioned earlier, which I kind of already spoiled that. Or I talk a little bit about, where is it? The multi-factor pelvis. In the obstetric dilemma, because the obstetric dilemma has had like a stranglehold on why the female pelvis looks the way that it does, and it's commonly presented as this non-optimal trade-off between walking upright and having to give birth. So the idea is that the male pelvis is this optimal bipedal pelvis, but the female pelvis can't reach that optimum because it's held back by the constraints of needing to be wide enough to give birth, because narrower hips are thought to be better for bipedalism, at least in a brute sense. And that's sort of, like I said, had a stranglehold in anthropology for quite some time. So I'm out here repping alternative hypotheses, and I've got this really great image in there that is altered from a published figure called the multi-factor pelvis, which is just great. I think you're going to like it. It's cool. It's a good chapter. I like it.
Sounds like one.
Anyways, we have, oh wait, is it your turn? Yeah, it's your turn.
Oh, yeah, okay. We have from William Matz, Okay, give me your coolest physics and monkey facts. Blow my mind like Erika wants to blow me up. You want to go? You want to go first?
Yeah, I have a lot of good monkey facts, so I can't actually give you like the coolest one because they're all sort of equally cool. But I would like to give you one of my favorites. What should be one of my favorites that I've like learned recently that I think is really, really good? Okay, wait, you go. If you've got one,
Okay, so
you go.
yeah. So
I gotta think of a good one.
our universe is probably spatially flat, which means that in some sense, if you draw a triangle in the universe, then the inside angles are going to be 180 degrees. Now, this is not known for certain, but the data is consistent with it. Now, what this means is that there's essentially two options. Our universe could be finite in volume, or it could be infinite in volume. Most likely it's infinite in volume, just because, it's kind of the simplest option. But if it's not, there are exactly 10 well, perhaps not 10. There are exactly 6, maybe 10, depending on how the physics works out, different possible ways the universe could be both spatially flat and finite, and they would all be distinct from each other, and we may never know. They don't have proper names. There's just 10 different compact, flat, three-dimensional manifolds with different topologies, and that's neat.
I'm gonna go with one of my recent favorite monkey facts that just makes me just want to squeal every time I think about it. Marmosets and tamarins, so callitrichins, these are little New World monkeys, which interestingly enough have lost their nails, the kinds of nails that we have, one of the characteristics that define primates, and instead they actually have claws. They've re-evolved claws, which is kind of cool, which they use to hold on and to the trees and gnaw holes to feed on sap. But what's really cool about them, outside the fact that they're often polyandrous, which means the single female will have multiple males in sort of a little mini harem, which she uses this because she oftentimes gives birth to twins, and so she's exhausted all the time because she has to have these babies and breastfeed them, so the males have to go out and bring her stuff back and basically wait on her hand and foot. It's outside of the twinning thing, it's pretty sweet. Anyways, the thing about them that I really like is that they have names for each other. So marmosets aren't known for being marmosets and tamarins, neither of them are known for being particularly brilliant in the monkey world. They've got pretty smooth brains. However, they've got unique calls for specific individuals. And those calls are used in no other context other than when they're trying to get the attention of specific individuals, which is that's a name, right? That's a title to get the attention of a specific individual. It's not a vague alarm call. It's a specific call for a specific member of their group, which is really cool. And it suggests that the origin of identity is older than we thought.
That's neat.
We have Ernie Matthews, $5. They released a movie about erectile dysfunction. It was a flop. Nobody came. I thought that was a different ED abbreviation at first, and I was like, this doesn't make any sense. But now I see that it's talking about penars, and that's great. So awesome. So awesome. I'll make a giant resin facsimile of one and tip it over onto you, crushing you beneath it.
From Jesse Chappell, they, them. I'm so grateful for you educated people, but it's hard to ask math question because I'm worried about shame. Tell me something about the only complete field. No, I don't know a lot about algebra. And I mean algebra not in the kind that you learn in school, but I mean the kind that you learn in grad school. So no, I'm not going to, because I couldn't tell you about the only complete field, although I imagine it's probably the complete, or the complex numbers is probably the only complete field. If I can parse mathematics language, complete usually means it's closed under some set of operations, and the complex numbers are the only field that's closed under all the operations, I think. Anyway, I tried.
I don't know anything about that. We have from Derwin for £5. Erika, in response to your plea, what is your favorite bug? And if it isn't an ant of some sort, why not? They're so formicable. I'm thinking this is supposed to be formidable, maybe, but upon
no, this is not good. This is not good.
I will shrink you down and then squish you like an ant under a large boot, just in case you're one of the feet people, so that you don't get any enjoyment from that. My favorite bug, it's actually a new bug. It's my new favorite bug. I am a freak for these millipedes that are in Borneo. I saw a zillion of them. They're so fun to pick up and handle.
Freaky.
No, they're awesome. They're so cute. They have these big, they look like prehistoric. They kind of look like trilobite bugs, but they're not trilobite bugs. They have these plates. They're called plateback millipedes, or sometimes they're called tractor tire millipedes, but they get really, really big, and they've got these giant plates on the back, and when they move, they look like little trains. But if a train was kind of steampunk. I love them. I think they're great. Give me a flatback millipede or a plate millipede or whichever sort of title you want to use for them any day of the week. I also love pillbug millipedes, and pillbug millipedes are really cool because they look like giant roly-polies. Like they're like that big when they roll up into a ball. But they're not isopods. They've independently evolved the ability to roll up into a ball like a pillbug, like a roly-poly here in the States. But they're myriapods, which is so cool. I love them. They're my favorite. I think they're so cute.
I guess it's me next. No,
Yeah,
I think it's me. From Judge Crod. Erika, will you talk about the saber-toothed cat skull and a brief rundown of how human breeding caused horses to not be able to throw up? Fascinating.
Oh, no. So most horses can't throw up. To my knowledge, all equids can't throw up. And the reason for this has to do with the fact that they're hindgut fermenters. In fact, most animals that are hindgut fermenters can't throw up. And most animals that are hindgut fermenters are also coprophagic, which means they eat their own poop so that they can redigest and pull more nutrients from the food that they ate. But the reason why that has to do with horses and why I included that in my conversation of humans breeding horses to suck more is because what we feed them makes them sick more often than what we would in the wild. So their need to throw up, if they could, is much greater in captivity than it would be in the wild. As for my saber-toothed cat skull, this is not a real animal. This is a gift. This is the first fossil that my mom ever got me, the first fossil replica my mom ever got me when I first started doing YouTube. And God bless her. My mom is the sweetest, and she's always been enthusiastically supportive of my interests, even though they are not her interests. And even though I think she wishes that I was a little bit more feminine. My mom is very like girly, and so we would have had a lot in common if I had been that way. But I wasn't that way from the start, and so she's always been very encouraging of me despite that, which I love her for. Anyway, so she got me this Smilodon skull because I was like, I really want a Smilodon skull for the background of my videos because I'm doing YouTube now, and that would be great. And I think I just had like 100 subscribers or something like that. She got me this for Christmas, and I was so excited because I was like, oh my God, it's a Smilodon skull. Smilodons are big cats, so I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna bring it over here, and I want you guys to tell me what the problem is with this big cat. This guy has been a feature of my background for a very long time.
Oh, I see it. I see it immediately.
You see it? You see the problem?
Yep.
You see the teeth?
Yep.
You see the molars? Do you see the primate molars on my Smilodon? The big grinding human molars on my Smilodon?
There's the secondary fact that the teeth are not separate bones.
No, they're not. It's a little bit of an issue. Also, the ramus of the jaw is kind of messy. So like the hinge portion of the jaw is messed up. Overall, it's much more robust than it should be. It's gigantic. It's kind of a mess, but I love it. And it was such a sweet gesture, and I will always keep it, and I would love to keep it in my background forever, sort of in perpetuity, because I think it's such a sweet gesture, and because it's so fucked up. I love it. People bring it up all the actually I shouldn't say it. I was gonna say people bring it up all the time. People actually don't. When they do, it's funny, but it's rare that people bring it up, which is kind of funny to me because like most people just look at the saber teeth and they're like, yeah, I know what that is. And they don't pay attention to the molars. Just out of frame. Anyways.
I believe that next we have up is Nicole Kubler with the $5. The last name is pronounced Keebler, like the cookies/elves. Well, that's wholesome. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, Nicole Keebler. I don't know what language that would be in, where the UE is pronounced like an E, but hey, more power to you, Nicole.
I messed that up. That one was my fault.
It was your fault. You're up next.
We have from, let me scroll up so I can make sure I'm not skipping them like I always do. From Static Vortex. Oh my God. From 9303. You two are stuck in this hell that is transdimensional ink spot linking this virtual space to the one Ultra Jimmy has crafted for you to suffer in. That's as good an explanation as any.
See, the thing is I feel like I don't know Jimmy well enough to make fun of him, but I also feel like I still can anyway because, you know, I'm an employee, so I feel like I'm allowed to.
I make fun of Jimmy. I feel like I know Jimmy well enough to make fun of him. And if I don't, I'm just still gonna, this will make us closer, I think.
That's how you show affection to Jimmy, is by bullying him a little bit.
I think he likes that
He's
too.
into it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Good to know. We have from Elliot K with the $5. Has anyone actually counted up the money made strictly from puns with Erika? Seems to me that the real enemy is Jimmy.
No, I know. I know that everybody besides me loves the fact that I hate puns and that I commit to the bit of hating them, which is this is just my personality. I don't like them and I'm vocal about not liking them, and I'm incapable of not giving reactions to people because I'm fundamentally very fuzz on me, talkative and social. But yes, I would love to see the numbers on that as well. I'm deeply curious. I'm the cash cow. I'm the cash cow of this operation. Just milking
Milk
my
the puns
loads
out
of
of you.
puns constantly. It's okay. I don't mind. I like to support the line, even if it means that I suffer. I'm very Christ-like in that way.
Very.
Okay, we have from Phil Messnier, $79.99. For $10. Erika, I've enjoyed a Tusker in Nairobi. You can find it on the shelves in sufficiently large liquor stores. That is really interesting. I don't think I have enough big liquor stores near me. No, I think I should. I will look. The one that I normally go to, I know doesn't, because I've been there enough to know that. But maybe I know there's some bigger ones in my town. That's good. That's good advice. I'll check. And I'm glad. I hope you enjoyed your Tusker. I enjoyed mine too.
Now we have 2 repeat super chats, both from a friend, Chase Teaches Physics. Yeah, Blitz, you should have read more string theory in your PhD. It's never too late to fix it. This is the person that I was in a meeting with earlier, one of 2 string theorists. So, you know.
I feel like this is the devil on your shoulder of physics.
I like string theory. I just don't know if it's right, but I think it's worth pursuing because it's the closest we have to something that's right, even if it's not ultimately right. Personal opinion. There's another one that's the same. I think it was just a typo.
Okay, we have Space Barbarian 3484 for $5. My high school biology teacher had a master's and was a creationist. Nice guy though. I also know some very nice creationists. I don't hate creationists. I hate creationism. But there are many creationists that I know.
Hate the sin, love the sinner.
Hey, I hate the sin, love the sin. Exactly. I hate the sin, I love the sinner. Now I do. There are some creationists that I do hate, for sure. But there are also some that I think are very nice, and that I actually just like them. Some of them I just like, and some of them I know and like, and we just have to live with the fact that they don't accept conventional science. That's fine. It's not fine, but
yeah, no, it's not fine, but it's okay. From Coder Joe with the $10. Why don't people talk about the tour of the pepper farm? They get jalapeno business. Nope, not good. Too much of a stretch.
The tour of the pepper farm, as if there's one. Let's get that out. As if there's you got to work harder on that one, Codero. That's not good. $10 from Skeptics and Scoundrels. Erika, have you heard of Horse Jesus? Love your neighbors as yourself. Again,
I actually like this one.
You only like it because
like
you like the vocalization part, which
That's exactly that. Yeah, and Horse
better.
Jesus is a funny idea.
Horse Jesus. What would the? Oh man, I was gonna say. Oh, this is not nice. He broke a leg and was shot with a shotgun for your sins.
It's funny.
Awful.
Funny. Who do we have next? We have Where is Waldo? Oh, Waldo's back. Do multiple different monkeys use the same call for the same monkey? Do they each give each other different names? Oh, this is actually a question.
I actually don't know the answer to this question. The one that they were looking at specifically was a small family of marmosets. I think the call is the same across different monkeys. I think it's the same because I think it's cultural, but I don't know that for sure. I'll have to look into that. That's a great question. Where is Waldo? I don't know off the top of my head. We have from Gertrude Schmidt 4152. Erika, how did your mom acquire the skull of someone's fursona? Well, like me, it turns out hating puns is actually a heritable trait. And so like me, she has a great deal of disdain for them. And someone in their fursuit decided to bust out a little pun in front of her, and she had to take care of business.
Commit a murder.
Great gift for me, though.
And from Greenman Dave with the $10. I sold a Smilodon skull casting when I worked at Natural Wonders many years ago. I remember it was significantly smaller and did not have grinding molars.
Yeah. Well, none do. To my knowledge, felids don't. No felid has teeth like that. None. They just don't have those. That is a primate molar if I have ever seen one, and not just that. It's like an ape molar. maybe a suid.
How did it get in there?
I have to believe that somebody was like, okay, we're doing like a fossil series for aesthetic decorations, like for decor or something like that, because nobody gives a shit about that. I have another one also from my sweet dear mother that is a very inaccurate hominin cranium that used to be in my background as well. It's supposed to be Lucy. It's not Lucy. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Or what they even used as like their model. I'm looking at it off in the distance right now. But I have to believe it was for a decoration thing. And so they got somebody on it who like can do modeling, like 3D modeling. And they were like, do a saber-toothed tiger. And they were like, what do saber-toothed tigers have? Well, they got big teeth. And then they vaguely looked at something and they were like, okay, they got the basic gist of it. And they probably saved those teeth for last because they're the least, nobody really cares about that section outside unless you study carnassials. And then they were probably like, we've got to finish this model. What do saber-toothed tiger back teeth look like post canine dentition look like? Fuck it. Like I have to believe that's how it went. Like just make a bunch of molars.
We have one more super chat.
From last super chat, don't send any more in. We got Don Quixote. When speaking it for $5, when speaking about the relative height of primates and hominids, does it seem something odd is afoot? Is the joke here that it's that foot?
I don't know if it's a joke.
I don't think there's anything odd in speaking about the height of primates and hominins. Hominins get bigger over time, for the most part, with a couple of exceptions. I don't know. Sorry, Don Quixote. Paranthropus is big now. We know some pretty big Paranthropus specimens. More on that later.
That sounds like news.
It's news. Yeah, it's cool. It's pretty cool.
We do have one more super chat. Do we read it even though they sent it after you said not to send it?
Oh, it's short, so.
All right, from Darren McAuliffe. Alexamenos Graffito is the horse Jesus. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
I'm about to look it up.
Me too.
And
you will hear it.
Alexamenos Graffitos?
Oh, yes, actually, I do know what this is. Some guy drew Jesus with a donkey head.
Graffitos, I want to see.
And they were making fun of Jesus. It's actually really funny.
Alexamenos Graffito. Oh, wow. This is like old graffiti, too.
Yeah. Somebody drew a crucified dude with a donkey head.
Damn.
And like they were just making fun of a guy. They're like, haha, this is your god, Alexamenos.
Wow. Savage. Right? Mogged.
This is like the first depiction of Jesus, too, I think.
Damn.
That we have.
That's actually crazy.
Super
I didn't know
funny.
that existed.
Yeah.
Well,
anyway, that's the last super chat.
With that in mind, that's not just the last super chat. That's a show. Folks, thank you for being here. I've been your host, Erika Gutsa-Gibbon. This is Blitz, Dr. Blitz.
I'm pointing in the wrong direction.
This way. This is Blitz, who's also a host.
This way. Oh, wait. Nope, that's the wrong direction, too.
This has been SkepTalk. We have fun here. Thanks so much to everybody. You like how I do that? I just hit you with I'm not doing the list.
You don't have to do a list.
But thank you to everybody for making this possible, and we'll see you next time, which is going to be soon, I'm sure, because we have a show
I'm on next week, actually.
Oh, shit. I don't think I did the schedule. You can check the schedule. Someone's going to bring it up next show, for sure. Anyways, we'll see you next time. Thanks for my gentleman modern heart. Love ya. Bye.